Mics are live.
Hello, what's good, and welcome to the USO NFL Salute to Service Showdown Madden Tournament. We are live from Raymond James Studio, home of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. My name's F. I'll be hanging out here. I've got the one great user alongside us, and we are celebrating the USO here today. This is the 4th annual USO NFL Salute to Service Madden Tournament, exclusively for United States military, active duty, reserve, and Nat Guard service members from all branches all around the world. Like I said, I'm your boy F. Joined here by great user. User, another year. How you been, bro?
I've been good, bro. How you been?
I've been well. Excited to see a new season kind of start up, and excited to jump on in here into our Salute to Service. We've got some familiar faces that we're seeing return and the whole 9 yards, but we're in the middle of a game right now. We're jumping right straight in. Supposed to start at, you know how it goes, but right now we're taking a look at Frank versus Ced, and as I said, we're in the second quarter here, users, so let's jump right on in and take a look at what's going on here. Looks to be New Orleans has the lead, and 10 above 0 above Baltimore.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out exactly who is who right now. You know what I'm saying? Who's up?
Yeah.
You feel me?
Well, I was looking at, we had some information about our finalists here, and looks like Cedric Young. Well, they ain't going to tell us what they're.
I'm going to assume. But we could just read body language.
Right. Frank on the left.
Yeah.
So I think we've got Cedric playing New Orleans right here.
There it is.
And that's going to be a nice completion for our first down as well. So things working out for New Orleans so far, but Baltimore starting to get involved here. Scoring position
Cedric is playing
at
New
the
Orleans.
moment. And so just confirmed it is going to be Cedric on New Orleans. Failure on the run play. And just like that, we've got second down.
I'm excited to see what type of offense these guys are going to be out here running, man. You always know that, you know, it's a different type of tier when it comes to these Super Bowl tickets. These guys are going to be locked in. If people don't know what's on the line, normally every year one of these guys win and gets a trip to the Super Bowl. This year it's going to be in New Orleans. So, you know, that's just an amazing opportunity.
Oh! Rough sack there. That's going to be a lot of lost yardage for sure. And I mean, yeah, real talk, what we're doing here with the USO and the NFL Salute to Service Showdown, essentially, like, the winner is going to be able to go to the Super Bowl. That's a big deal. I mean, straight up and down, our 8 finalists, we had some competition to get to this point. Our 8 finalists are live at the Bucs game right now. So when this tournament's over, when they win, they actually get to go out and see the players and everything behind the scenes at the Bucs game today. They're live on site right now at Raymond Jones Stadium. So a lot of cool stuff for the players involved. Like we said, the USO, you know, this isn't DOD stuff. This is just soldiers and families helping soldiers and families, and a very, very cool celebration here. So Frank and Young said trying to figure out how they get to the Super Bowl, but honestly, the Ravens trying to figure out how to get to the end zone, and it looks like Lamar incomplete.
That's a big stop for Cedric. Big stop for Cedric right there. And you know, when you're in this position, you got to keep full control, use the clock in your favor. I like how he's handing that ball off to Alvin Kamara.
Honestly, this looks like a little bit of what we call a skill differential in the business. That's just nice talk for, I think Cedric a little better than Frank.
I mean,
this New Orleans offense seems to be a little stronger.
He's running some bunch nasty. I'm excited to see Killer Mike. You know, he's a guy that's he's always competing in these tournaments, and I can't remember if he made it to the final 8 last year. I think he did. He's always consistently one of those guys at the end. And so, you know, I want to see how he's going to do this year, and will somebody be able to knock him off, you know?
Yeah, we had a couple actually. Killer Mike's going to be returning here from last year, as well as Lil Gunner. So Eric Ruiz, repping the Marine Corps, he's going to be coming back here as well. And so I believe he played the Cowboys last year, probably going to be doing the same thing. So a couple of repeat players for sure.
Oh, that's a dot.
And a nice little shot on the left-hand side. Not enough to make it to the end zone here, user, but that was exactly what New Orleans needs to be doing.
Yeah, that's good pocket right there, just stepping up, hitting the receiver in between the windows. Fullback dives into the end zone to go up 3 touchdowns. That's huge. Cedric in full control of this game.
Yeah, and you can see the pacing as well. Like a lot of times, this is one of those like Madden things. When you come into Madden, there's understanding NFL, and then there's understanding like the game of the Madden, and like all those in betweens, like the animations or whatnot. Sometimes in the tournament setting, you'll see players kind of like sit through them and let it play just to get a little bit of a breather or whatnot. Not Young said. He's mashing X. He's getting through it. He wants to get to the next play. Frank looks, not on the camera, so to speak, but just on the gameplay. Frank just looks a little bit out of his element here. If you're coaching Francisco Colon right here, what are you telling him? How does he get back into this game? Is there an offensive strategy that he needs to be going for specifically in this situation, or is it just
he got to wake up? I know it's early, but he got to wake up. You know what I'm saying? He got to wake up. We know Francisco has what it takes because he's made it this far. We know he's might be out your element. It got you out there early. You're at the stadium. Who knows the time you had to wake up 6:30? Like, come on, come fight for your Super Bowl life. You got to wake up, understand what's on the line. You're good enough because you made it this far. That's right. Be patient. Nice playmaker back to Flowers. There's still some time left in this game. I ain't gonna say life. I ain't gonna give him life yet. He's definitely on life support. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
If he can score quickly here,
but they're still making the rounds.
Yeah.
They're still making the rounds. A little bit of shock there for the first down, and Lamar Jackson running for another first down. The clock's ticking though. We need to make this play. I need to see a touchdown before the end of this third quarter if Baltimore wants to get back into this game for my money.
I don't think he's going to try to snap real quick. And Lamar.
Nope.
And that's good defense by Cedric. Just keeping Lamar in the pocket. Make sure he don't let him scramble. Keep everything in front of you.
And that's the right adaptation there. Lamar Jackson had some problems on the pass play. And then the last 2 successful plays that we saw out of Baltimore runs from the quarterback angle. This time around, New Orleans says, "Nah, fool me once, fool me twice, ain't gonna fool me a third time," and they eating right now.
Yeah,
Baltimore, one more shot.
What's
here.
up, boys? Let's see y'all. Here we got what's that? Jerky? Hellion, Raymond. Okay, a lot of y'all guys is asking for Chris. Wondering where Chris is. Okay, we got some little Gunner fans in the chat. Hey.
All right, I jumped in the chat as well. I'm gonna put a year there in the chat. Say what up to everybody. Yeah, Chris with a K always has the family coming through. Big people out there for him. Lil Gunner also a lot of supporters. Like we said, all 8 players here done some work. And Howdy with the snatch. And it's going to be a new run here for New Orleans. And I'm a commentator. I am not. You're here. Is this over?
You're not. Oh, yeah. Yeah. It's over. It's over. GG's in the chat, man. Yeah.
Oh, no.
He had to put some points down right there. Yeah. Says you can full control of this one. I'll put on true clock, get out of here. I wouldn't even give Francisco time to wake up in this game. Like, nah, let's go ahead and send him to the losers bracket or the lower bracket and see how see if he'll wake up down there,
Yeah, Frank representing our EMEA region. We have 2 representatives that are stationed out there in Europe. So Frank coming out here from Hungary, but he is not eating. Baltimore.
Ooh, that's a book.
Just getting stepped on, but that's a way back.
Oh, yeah.
In.
Oh, yeah.
30, 20, and he gonna dodge the last tackle all the way home. That's going to be a touchdown there for Baltimore Ravens, 6-17. And the extra point will stick. And so now we got a 10-point differential. That's a touchdown and a field goal. Is this still out of reach?
I mean, it depends. If Said, wants to play with the house money like that, then no, of course not. You know what I'm saying? If he comes right back out here, runs the ball 2 times and throws a pick 6 on his third pass, there's always a chance. So you have to see how he's going to manage this clock. Is he going to be secure? He was running the ball very well, and it's like you got to use that clock when you're in that type of situation. Put on the true clock feature. Let that clock tick down. Try to get it up under 5 seconds before you hack that ball. If not, you can be in a situation where you can throw this game away.
That's why we saw the return the way that we did. The instant kind of slide. No desire to really run down the field. I'm going to walk down the field. I'm going to take as long as possible to get to the field. It's like walking home from detention. I know I'm going to get whooped. So I'm going to take a long time to get home to see my mama before I get there. And that's basically
we got another one.
That's 2 for 2. Williams up the right-hand side. This time the defense are waiting. And so there's going to be a little bit of walking home here. But he's going from detention to the honor roll. 2.5 minutes on the clock. And before I said it was over, then I said it was maybe. Now, I think it just might happen.
Live? I mean, Cedric said in full control of this game, just opening the door, leaving Frank a chance. We're going to see. But this is where Frank has struggled offensively. Defensively is the only way he scored today. Offensively, can he somehow put it together, make a read, hit the open guy? We will see. Cover 3, the seams will be out open. I like this play call. If he runs verticals. Okay, just going to take off with Lamar.
Yep.
That's a good scramble. If he can score before this 2-minute warning, he's in great position. Still has all 3 timeouts.
That's a good heads-up play there from Frank. Because Young said we noted that we kept seeing the quarterback rush coming out from Baltimore. And so Young said was covering that. A couple of plays later, he all forgot about it, and Baltimore just returns to the rush. All of a sudden, he does it again. First down is going to be good. And we got the 2-minute warning just 5 yards away from the touchdown and 10 points away from a tie game here. Baltimore on the bad side, but looking to turn things around. Lamar Jackson 1st and goal here, and it's a run right on in. Nice job. Wow. 13-17, Baltimore waiting for the decision.
Live? I think he's fully came all the way back off life support right now. The question is, can he finish? He got 3 timeouts. He needs 1 stop. The 2-minute warning, he's already missed that. So now I think he should kick it deep and trust his defense.
We'll see if that's the case. And it's going to land on the opponent's 15. Quick dive, and we're starting again. So New Orleans, all they need to do is not let the opponent have the ball. No conversions, no interceptions, no drops. It's really just that simple. Hold the ball. And it looks like we will see a first down here for the black and gold. New Orleans 1st and 10 again. Much less about the scoring opportunity, though, and more about protecting this possession.
Okay, now he has the 2 clock on. Uh-oh. Blow him up in the backfield. Boom, tick. No fumble. No fumble. Need that. You need that. You go back there and you activate the new boom tech feature. You need a fumble.
Jump me in here. Talk to me a little bit about this boom tech feature while we watch this next play.
Oh, takes the dig route. Oh, I think he's. Oh, that's first. That's GG's in the chat. Yeah, well, it's one of the new features. Oh yeah, it's over. For 40 seconds, yeah. He can nail it out.
Yeah.
The boom tech is basically they revamped the hit stick, so when you able to line the opponent up, the offensive player up, and get the green hit stick, it's supposed to be a better chance of a fumble, but unfortunately for Frank right there, it just did not happen for him.
Better chance. not guaranteed.
Yeah, ain't nothing in life guaranteed now. We know that.
Just death and taxes, bro.
Yeah, I know that.
We're going to see another knee down here, and that is not all she wrote. Technically, she's still writing for 15 seconds or so, but that is the end of game one. Cedric Young, a.k.a. Young Ced, repping the Navy. We're going to take our first game here. New Orleans Saints winds up on top, and just like that, congratulations to Young Ced. Moving on into our into the bracket. Great stuff from them. And like we said, honestly, just a little sleepy from Frank. I think he started to wake up a little bit later, but too little, too late.
Yeah, I mean, it's early. It's early.
We're
TikTok,
going to package
wake
of
up.
what's going on down there, and you can talk over it.
It's definitely it's early. You know what? We got some video to show you guys, and it's time to get late. As we said, this is the USO NFL Salute to Service Showdown Madden Tournament, and we are live from Raymond James Stadium, home of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. This is the 4th annual USO NFL Salute to Service Madden Tournament, which is exclusively for U.S. military active duty reserve and Nat Guard service members from all branches all around the world. This tournament started in August, so players have been banging it out for a little while now. Each of these players won their respective regional qualifiers. So we had one in Europe, one in the Indo-Pacific, one in the Americas as well. And all of the best representatives from those regions are here trying to find their way into the finals. Those that made it here are live at Raymond James Stadium with us, and they're going to be on the field later on when the Bucs start playing. That'll be dope. And then the winners here, User mentioned it earlier, they go to the Super Bowl. So this is something that we do every single year. This is our 4th year doing it. And again, shout out to our friends over at the USO. This is for soldiers by soldiers, essentially, just about gaming, camaraderie, and being boys. Let the boys hang. Yeah. And that's what we're doing here on Sunday.
Absolutely, man. I love doing this event every year, seeing these guys, in our service come out here. And you know me, how close the man community is in my heart, man. So it's great to be able to see these guys come out here and what they can put on, how good they are. Because I'm always surprised of the level that they're at. I'm like, how do you have time? You guys are out here, protecting our country, staying in shape. How are you this good at the game?
Don't answer that. Don't answer that, soldiers. Don't answer that. But no, for real, it is really cool kind of seeing User is a huge guy in the traditional Madden scene. If you guys are just joining us from the USO area, and like the distance between professional end players and just like high end guys that are good is getting smaller across a bunch of games as players just get better at understanding the games, at how to get better at the games, and more information is out there. So, yeah, correct. I mean, if you want to be a pro, you got to put in the 40-plus hours a week. But if you want to be pretty good and make it to the Super Bowl, not all that. And we're seeing some big numbers coming out from these guys, like we said. Some returning players as well. Last year, we got a chance to see Ryan K-Base, and I think it was Killer Mike that made it there to the finals. And then, as we said, the grand champion does get 2 tickets and the all-expense-paid trip.
Second place, too.
59.
So, the finals, you make it to the finals. Oh, baby, let's go.
I like that better because, listen.
I know.
This is the military. This is sports. I'm not saying I don't want no participation trophies, but it does feel good to see both finalists make it
it's funny. I'm a big guy that's all 100% against participation trophies.
Right?
But something about this one, I would have no problem. Like, yes, this is fine. This is perfect. This is perfect. Yeah. If we're going to get participation, this is the type of participation I need. Put me in the building.
You made it. You made it all the way to the finals, and so you're able to do it. Like we said, here are 8 finalists representing the different regions. Francisco Colon, a.k.a. Frank. Cedric Young, that's Young Ced, the winner we just saw. Michael Clark returning here. That's going to be Killer Mike. Gravedigger OC, a.k.a. Dylan Walker. Then we've got Chris with a K. A lot of fans in the chat there for Chris Hutchins. Leo Jones, L Money. Robert Holing, BDH Navy, and Eric Ruiz. Returning again, Lil Gunner, O2, repping the Marine Corps. This year we got the Navy. the Army, the Air Force, and the Marines. No representation from the Space Force, unlike last year.
I mean, every year we're just waiting for the Space Force to show up and show out. I mean, they showed up last year, right? But they
played
game
last year.
But their game, it was like they were really out of space. Yeah, you got to bring it down to earth and represent, man. Come on.
Right? That's what we're looking for. One of my favorite things is kind of like watching my military friends argue about which branch. All I'm saying is we got a lot of Navy representation. Young said just won. He's from the Navy. Chris with a K.
Mike,
a lot of fans.
I think Killer Mike
He's
is from the Navy.
BDH Navy, also from the Navy. And Gravedigger, OC, also
Killer
from
Mike's not from the Navy?
No, Killer Mike's from the Air Force, actually. He's out there in Buckley, out in Colorado.
Okay.
So last year, Killer Mike, he's the one that won Super Bowl tickets, beating out Ryan K-Base. And now, like we said, winner and second place. Both finalists. There we go. That makes me feel better about saying it. You make it to the finals, you make it to the NFL finals, because that's what the Super Bowl is. So you know what? I'm here for it. And I like what's going down there. So one in the pocket already. Young said up top. Coming up next, our next matchup, we'll figure that out in just a matter of moments. But like we said, fun stuff here, looking at what's going on with our different players and all our different regions coming here together. We got a chance to watch some of what the players were saying earlier as Killer
Grave Digger for the upset.
Okay.
Grave Digger.
We're going to let the players introduce themselves.
Wild. Grave Digger, surprising with the upset here, taking down Killer Mike. I've done a little bit of intro in for these players, letting you know where they're from and what they're representing. But why don't we let the players go ahead and speak for themselves? Here are your 8 finalists for the USO Salute to Service Showdown.
Sorry, Sal.
Well, in a bit. Sorry, that's on
Here
me.
we go, man.
We'll get that fixed in a matter of moments. One of the cool things I think also talking about these like bubble
E5,
players, these
Chris Houchins,
Here we go.
United States Navy, Pearl Harbor, Hawaii.
Second class petty officer of the United States Navy, Dylan Walker, Memphis, Tennessee, Coronado, California.
PFC, Frankie Cologne, United States Army, Camp Croft, Hungary.
Tech Sergeant Michael Clark, United States Air Force, Buckley Space Force Base.
HM2, Robert Holland, U.S. Navy, Naples, Italy.
I'm L2 Sergeant Young from the United States Navy, from Norfolk, Virginia, on the best damn ship in the Navy, USS Dwight D. Eisenhower.
Oh, that's
Sergeant
tough.
Eric Ruiz, United States Marine Corps, Yuma, Arizona.
Staff Sergeant Leo Jones, Air Force, Nellis Air Force Base.
Young said they're coming out with the most swagger out of everybody. Not trying to dunk on anybody else, but coming on through and being the best damn ship in the Navy. Yeah, okay. I'll buy it. I don't know. I'll buy it. Absolutely. And matching the swagger on the field as well. First win for Young said as he comes on through, makes it to the semifinals. And then as we saw, Killer Mike knocked out. Surprising. Killer Mike going to be on the bottom
Little
side.
Money and Little Gunner next.
And so we've got L Money and Lil Gunner coming up next here. User on the bottom side of the bracket.
You know, Killer Mike, I remember last time he was in the same situation and he made a comeback. So, you know, let's not count him out until he's out, you know. And Frank still has to wake up. Still has to wake up. So we're going to check in this little Gunner at L Money game. And, you know, Lil Gunner, he's a tough player too.
That's true. Lil Gunner, like we said, seen the name before. Eric Ruiz coming out here from Arizona. So should expect some fun stuff. I'm looking at L Money, though, over here. He can be playing the Saints as well. So if Lil Gunner comes in here, he was playing as well, but getting a chance to sort of watch what just went down with the Ravens game versus the Saints there. Maybe able to download some of the nonsense that happened earlier in the tournament.
Yeah, we're going to see if these guys, you know, because sometimes, you know, you start off a little bit shaky and it takes that L to kind of recalibrate your senses. And, you know, you see these guys who they're
Throw
picking.
to a short break.
You see these
Yeah,
guys
I mean,
when
when it
trying to pick up.
Yeah, absolutely. When it comes down to it, just stepping onto the field, your pre-game solution is definitely a big deal, and how you guys get ready for it. But we're going to get ready for our third matchup. Two in the books already. We're on the bottom side of the bracket. So we've got L Money versus Lil Gunner coming up right after this.
We're going to the Super Bowl!
The Salute to Service Showdown presented by the USO and the NFL. Active duty military across the world coming together.
This weekend I'm down here in Dallas, currently for a USO event, Madden tournament. To be partnered with the USO with the National Football League is amazing. Right now we're inside the Dallas Cowboy facility, just to have the access, the behind the scenes, just to come here to take pictures with Super Bowl trophies, to meet personnel that are ahead of this organization. It's been amazing.
The weekend's been awesome. It's the military brotherhood where we all got to the airport, we all are walking around trying to find people. Being in the military, you move around a lot, you meet new people all the time, so meeting these new guys, everybody just clicks together because we're used to doing that type of thing. It's been very cool meeting everybody, talking to everybody. A lot of smack talk on Madden. Some people talking strategy, whatnot. So it's been great talking with everybody and meeting everybody.
This is not an event that you want to take for granted, but it's definitely an honor to be here for the second time.
We're with Liam after his fourth military move. When being new is starting to get old. We're with Tara during the holidays when she misses home the most. Thanks to generous supporters, we're with all service members and their families who need connection, comfort, and a home away from home. Are you with them? Learn more at USO.org today. We're with Bridget, whose husband won't be home for months, and whose daughter is due any day. We're with Mike, who's leaving home to protect his family and yours. Thanks to your donations, we're with all service members and their families who need community, connection, and maybe a bit of magic. Are you with them? Learn more at USO.org today.
Back in.
Welcome back to our USO NFL Salute to Service Showdown. our 4th annual NFL Salute to Service Showdown for sure. We are live from Raymond James Stadium as we have 8 top finalists from across the globe of active duty service members battling it out to see who's going to go to the Super Bowl, because our 2 finalists make it. F-Dot and the One Great User here, repping the scene and breaking it down. So as we get into it, man, we've seen, like we said, some returning members, and we've already seen some action from Young Said explosively winning our first match on camera.
Yeah, man, you know, these guys are locked in. I'm ready to see, you know, it's always good to me to watch the lower bracket. You know why? Because these guys are the hungriest. Because they understand what's on the line right now. It's when to go home. You got to put everything out there. So I'm excited to hop into this game with L Money and see if I think it's L Money and Lil Gunner, right?
Yep. And filling out some of the rest of the bracket as well. We saw on the top side our semifinalists slotted. Of course, this lower side is where we got to be hanging out. So Killer Mike on the bottom side, they were the winner from last year. They won it all, made it to the Super Bowl, now dropping down to the bottom side bracket. But User, you mentioned it last year. That's exactly what happened to Killer Mike as well. So not a new thing.
Want a little more Young Said,
Not
so we're going to
a new
start there.
thing at all. We're going to throw you a little curveball here. Wrong game, but still. We want to see some more Young Said. Young Said took the victory in the first one. Pretty decent overall. Had like 3 touchdowns before their opponent actually got back into the game. Then it came back down. Okay. Short game or short lead there, but dominance in the first 3 quarters. So we're going to jump in with Young Said one more time, and it's going to be Young Said versus Gravedigger OC. So Gravedigger took down Killer Mike, who, like I said, last year's champion. So transitive property might be a big deal. Gravedigger could be exciting to watch, taking down Killer Mike like that.
Oh, absolutely. You know, and that's why I want to see if Young Said, because obviously the way Young Said finished that last game, you know, when you're playing a top-tier man player, you can't leave that door open like that, having those 2 turnovers, one to the house, you know, and just letting his opponent go down and fight all the way back. You know, he has to be able to manage that clock and get out of those games, you know, more, you know, just in a secure fashion.
I mean, that's definitely part of the discipline for sure, right? Like the way you approach the early game, mid game, and late game are going to be 3 separate disciplines to get good at Madden. And so if you're unable to close it out, like you were saying, you're not really going to be able to hang, because these players will come back towards the late game. They will make some effort and will make some plays. And I mean, those interceptions, how much of those interceptions are just on you? Like, that's just kind of your bad.
All of them. Here we go. Gravedigger. Yeah, from Colorado, California. All right. Yeah, we're going to see how, you know, how his game is, because obviously we know they said he's going to try, you know, to keep that ball on the ground. He did have a nice run game. His defense was solid for the first 3 quarters, like we said about the 4th quarter. But how is he going to manage that clock? He finally used that 2 clock feature, you know, towards the end of that last game when he got up under the 2-minute warning. But when you're up 3 possessions, man, you know, you need to use that 2 clock feature. I don't care if it's in the first quarter. I'm up 3 possessions. It's time to go. It's time to get up out of here. Let's get this win and get out of here. You know, the more you play around, the higher the percentage is for you to throw that game away.
Absolutely. I mean, you're just giving opportunities to the opponent. It's up to the opponent to take them. Absolutely. But luck is the intersection of hard work and opportunity. And if your opponent is working hard all game and you give them the opportunity, well, they're going to get lucky. And so got to be careful as everything kind of gets to the end there. Gravedigger representing the Navy, as he's going to go up against Young Said, who also from the Navy. So might be some same branch nonsense going on here, which I'm excited for. I think also, Gravedigger's from Colorado. A lot of Texas boys on our program here today, and that's exactly where Young Said's coming out of. So Big TX making the plays. And then, like I said, Young Said did a great job, but Gravedigger taking down Killer Mike, we didn't get a chance to see that matchup, but I'm just putting a lot of stock into Killer Mike because last year he seemed these early rounds were not that difficult for him. Once he got into the semis and the grand finals, it was a game, and we had but Killer Mike was kind of stepping over people earlier.
It was
last year.
And you know, the thing about it, you know, let's not get it twisted. These guys, they understand what's up for grabs. And they're like, you know, I'm tired of seeing Killer Mike go to the Super Bowl. You know, Killer Mike feel like he just guaranteed to go to the Super Bowl every year. He ain't even worried about it. I see Chris with the K, Chris with the K in the chat. I see his supporters in the chat. And, you know, Chris is probably one of them guys that, you know, I've had enough of Killer Mike. I'm ready to go to the bowl this year myself. So, you know, I know these guys going to have a lot of fight as we get ready to hop into the game. You know, with Young said, I know these guys going to have a lot of fight. They're not just want to lay down and say, hey, man, Killer Mike, yeah, he's good, but he ain't that good. He can be beat.
Yeah. Killer Mike falling down to the first round, down to the low end, down to the lower bracket. And so we got Gravedigger and we've got Young Said. Cameras look a little messed up. That's going to be Gravedigger on the right-hand side, but not Young Said. So we'll figure this all out in a matter of moments as players jumping in here with their draft. There we go. There's Cedric. Winner of the first round, both of these guys. So Gravedigger on the left-hand side, Cedric on the right. As we jump in here, we see them kind of working out their roster. Fun time to deep dive a little bit. User, what are they up to right here? What are they looking for?
Oh, they're just setting up that depth chart, trying to put the best players in the best position. You know, you want your fast guys at the kickoff and punt return. You know, you might want a certain slot receiver when you go to any formation. Your sub linebackers might want to put safeties at your sub linebackers. So when you're running any of those nickel packages or dime packages, you know, just to save on time substitution and putting your guys in the right position so your players will be able to be more successful.
Is it like a correct answer? Like, for this team or this playbook, these are the right guys to be in this position? That's what I would assume. Or is there just like does Gravedigger play differently? Does Chris with a K play differently, et cetera?
No, it's, you know, these guys, it really, some players do, you know, perform better than other players.
It's Chris with a
K, that's why.
And BDH Navy.
You know, that's some players do perform better. You know, like if you have an all-star player, they're going to play a lot better than just a regular standard player. But also remember, speed is king on Madden. So sometimes a guy might not be rated that well, but if you're using him or putting him in the right position, like just blitzing a guy, you know, the speed is really what matters.
Got to keep your eyes on that. We're a little slow. We're working it. We're slowly getting there. BDH Navy and Chris with a K is who we're going to be seeing. First matchup, I'll be honest, I just kind of rolled the dice. And then we got a second matchup, which seemed to be a little bit better. But my Twitch chat makes a noise every time somebody says a player name. And Chris with a K has just been popping off so much that we have to bring you that matchup. So we're going to bring you Chris with a K versus BDH Navy. Chris with a K, Christopher Hutchins, I believe. That's going to be right out of Pearl Harbor. So should be a lot of fun. He's going to be bringing out the Colts. And then on the other side, we got BDH Navy, also repping the Navy, coming out from all the way from, actually, this is our EMEA representative. He's stationed out there in Naples. So, traveling the globe. A lot of fun stuff.
Yeah, Chris with the K, the fan favorite. We're going to see. We're going to see the chat going crazy. They even begging for him. And, you know, we over here, we the people's champ. So, we're going to give you what you want. We're going to give you what you want. Is Chris ready for the bright lights? Can he get it done?
He looks like a nice guy.
He does.
I don't know if that's going to help him.
He does. He does look like a nice guy.
They're going to intro themselves. 15 seconds.
So we got Chris with a K, and then you're going up against BDH Navy.
Chris
Let's say hello to our
United States Navy, Pearl Harbor, Hawaii.
HM2, Robert Holland, U.S. Navy, Naples, Italy.
My sincere apologies to Mr. Houchins, Christopher Houchins, making his broadcast debut here. Chris with a K coming on through here, and should be exciting. Mainly because I just see everybody in the chat going nuts for him, so I want to see what this guy can do.
Yeah, we're going to see. Perfect. You already know we're going to see these guys lock in, man.
All right. It should be fun. Again, like when we talk about all the support these players get from around the way, whether it's just fans watching, football, or it's their family, their crewmates, et cetera, et cetera. We always have a pretty big turnout, both on social media and over here. So go ahead and find us online at the USO, hashtag Salute to Service Showdown. If you want to get involved in some of that conversation, and, if I see some good tweets, maybe we'll holler at them online. But right now it's time to holler at the game online. BDH Navy, Chris with a K. And it's going to be Philadelphia versus Baltimore. The Eagles with one of the stronger playbooks. So expect to see a lot of Eagles out here. And I guess the Ravens, same deal here, user?
Yeah, the Ravens, they got a solid playbook too. So, that's a good team, good playbook, good roster.
Off the top. Still messing a little bit with our depth chart over here. Want to get the right players out in the right spots. There's that speed category you can see. Put them 91s up top. You were talking about speed being the number one stat in Madden. Obviously, just got to run fast.
Mm-hmm.
Should be doing this beforehand, but it's all good. We got the time. Chris Houchins out here looking like, come on, bro.
It's all gamesmanship.
Like, hurry up. BDH Navy trying to ice out the opponent. And here we go. We got a game on the way. Baltimore trying to figure out which way to be going. Early substitution.
I like how he's going bunch tight end. We're going to see a lot of them that play whips. I'm not too sure exactly who's Baltimore and who's Philly. But I'm going to tell you this, whoever's coming out in this bunch tight end, they plan on cooking up some offense.
What's the benefit of the bunch tight end play?
I mean, the whips play it's a good man beater and a zone beater. And so, it's double whips on each side. So the user has to choose, and you have to set up a lot of defense, a lot of coverage on the trip side to try to be able to stop that whip route.
High demand on the opponent's mental stack there. Just got to hit your buttons. Can't trust the AI. And run play here, right up the middle. Nice, easy first down. Seemed a little sleepy there.
Yeah, choosing to go heavy with Derrick Henry. Audibles down to that. That's like a doubles flex close.
All the time in the world here. All the time in the world, but nowhere to go. Has to pitch it. Honestly, a good play for the line.
Yeah, I believe Chris is Philly and BDH is Baltimore.
That's what I'm hearing. That's what I'm hearing right now. So BDH Navy on the offensive. Henry on the left-hand side. Nice little tuck, but not enough for too much. So looks 3rd and 8. Not a great position to be in, but a nice sort of like appetizer, so to speak, for the game.
Yeah, absolutely, man. It's big 3rd and 8 right here. Can Chris get off the field early? Can he lock up? He's going to come out here in that 3-4. Okay, 3-4. Screamer, send all 6. Man defense, and this is the whip route we talked about. Hopefully his defense can get there before those whip routes develop. We will see. He blocked his running back. Whip route left. Oh, possession catch. He could have caught that and picked up the first. That brings up a big 4th and 1. Chris has a chance to get off the field early on his opening drive.
And there's no choice. You go for this or do you kick it?
Oh, we're going for it. This is Madden.
That's what I'm saying. Like, there's no choice. This early in the game, 4th and 1, at the 50, I think you take this 100 times out of 100.
I don't think we run the ball right here, but he does. Oh, and he picks it up with Derrick Henry. Okay. Good blocking down the field.
So might not be the right choice that you would have went with, user, but he gets the first down and then a whole nother bite.
Yeah, man, it's dangerous running that ball on 4th down. All it takes is a quick shed and that whole play is over.
true.
I like the fact that Chris is coming out here, you know, running 3-4, sending everybody. I like a guy that's going to put a lot of pressure. But also, when you blitzing like that, it's going to be very difficult for you to stop the run. So he needs to stop that run first, and then once he gets him in passing situations, that's when that pass rush and that blitz will be more effective.
I'm looking at this Henry location pretty much, and a nice pass here. 2nd and 4. Everything coming up Millhouse for the Ravens real quick. But when we talk about King Henry, do they swing him to the fullback position sometimes?
I mean, you can put Henry anywhere, man.
Like he's really that good. But I saw him behind Jackson, like looking for like a high school dive type deal. Like we don't play no fullbacks, but Henry's full on in there, and that's going to be a first down, 1st and goal for the Baltimore Ravens early in this one.
Chris is going to have to tighten up in that 6-1. Shifts his line, trying to be able to stop a run. The blitz isn't coming. I want to see how he's going to stop these double whips. Him rolling out.
Oh.
If he would have sat there in the middle, he would have had a good chance to hit B. But because he rolled out, that pretty much forced his user to go to the right. And he pretty much played defense on himself just because the way he ran his pocket right there. He sits in the middle and makes the user have to choose from left and right. He's able to make a play.
Looks like he just got stuck in the mud, a little bit of quicksand, decision paralysis. I think he could make the contested shot to the right-hand side, or he could keep running up left-hand side. He does neither. Gets stopped. And here, going to get stopped as well. 3rd and goal. So nothing guaranteed here.
I like the fact that Chris audible went from 3-4 to 6-1 even. 6-1 even is to me, I think it's a better run defense, especially down in the red zone. 6-1 even is one of the best defenses you can have. So especially if you're planning for BDH to hand the ball off just like he did, he's gonna come back in that 6-1 even. You gotta watch the bubble screen on the left side with that likely guy right there. I don't know who his user's on, but there it is. He could be, the bubble screen could be coming. If I'm Chris, I have that
field goal here.
If I'm Chris, I have somebody in there flat. Okay, ooh, so we in Seattle book. Quarterback zone?
Okay.
Wow, okay. BDH is in
What's the relevance of that? Talk to me.
Yeah, BDH is actually in Seattle's offensive playbook. I saw when he audible to that Trips tight end. Seattle is the only offensive book that has the quarterback zone out of Trips tight end, and it looks like that's what he's going to try to run right now with Lamar Jackson to the right side. We're going to motion over, try to get some extra blocks. This could be a touchdown, walk in. Yes. Oh, big tackle. Oh. Big tackle to blow him up right there. Tackle. At the 1, 4th and goal. Can Chris hold the door?
That's a huge tackle. Almost looked like it was guaranteed to happen there. Gets pushed back, 4th and goal here. Honestly, man, with the way that tackle happened, I think I might even go for the kick. But that's it. End of the first quarter. Time out. I wasn't even looking at the clock. And the players weren't either. So scoreless after 1 quarter as we jump into our second one. Baltimore had some opportunities there. What was the biggest drop there in your mind?
I mean, that was just a big play, man. Big tackle. Uh-oh, could have snapped, had him off sides. Could have had a free play. He's going back to 6-1. Double whips? Seems like both these guys kind of like they're not too sure what. I'm not sure who burned the timeout, whether it was Chris with the 6-1. Yeah, Chris burned the timeout. You're trying to see what these guys are going to come out here and call right now. Okay. He chooses to go 3-4. I think he should have stayed in that 6-1 because he might just hand this off and do off tackle or the bubble screen. Yes, he does. Breaks the tackle. Mark Andrews. Big touchdown right there for BDH. You know what I'm saying? Being consistent. Just drive. Had to convert 3/4 downs that drive, but able to keep their offensive drive going. And that's what you got to do.
And honestly, like a nice play as far as conditioning is concerned, coming up this field, Baltimore went to Henry so many times. This running back was holding the ball the entire time that Baltimore had possession, and then for these last couple of plays, changes it up and then tosses it out there to the left-hand side on Andrews, who has not been that active. So a nice play call there to keep Hutchins on his toes, or his back foot, rather. Touchback here. As Chris Woodakay going to have first possession of the game.
We're going to see what he can cook up with Philly. Philly is a nice team. I like Jalen Hurts. He has that gunslinger ability. You know, I haven't seen Reg since, the first Madden tournament, the Madden Classic this year. So it's good to see the guys back on Regs out here fighting. Oh, nice tackle.
I'm a fan of Regs, which is part of why I like this tournament. It's just like a different format than you're used to, and so there's something a little bit different. Coming out here and doing so. And then, of course, like as an NFL fan, it's just good to see the real team, so to speak. But you got to bring the real play out here. So, Chris with a K. Tons of fans in the stands. Does he have juice? He got a little bit.
BDH out here running that 3-3-5 wide of the 3-3 Cub. That's a tough defense to run on. The thing about it, they could struggle a little bit past, trying to pass to see how it is versus the air. Oh, good defense.
Yeah. Big pressure, both left and right side. And the sack is going to be complete there. So Hurts getting hurt. Not a great look there. And the substitution coming on in here. No? Changing it up.
Gonna go to that gun tight.
Thinking about
audibles to the trips tight end flex. Watch that tight end. This could be the motion play where that tight end is on a short post, and then you'll have a whip route on the backside. And so you have to watch for that whip route. Yeah, there's the short post. Takes the slant. Nice play call. That's one of the toughest plays to stop in Madden 25 right here. That trips tight end. When the audible to that trips tight end flex, that's short. Even though he didn't throw it to the tight end, you have to respect it. That's why that other guy was wide open.
Spreading the floor, making sure the defense can't really keep everybody under control. Hurts just with the easy handoff to Barkley up the mid. Not enough for the first down. Pushed back a little bit. 2nd and 1, though. Real strong forward momentum coming out from the run player. And we're just going to get a second look. It's a fake this time around. Hurts all the way on the right-hand side. Completion is good. And a beautiful play call, looking like he was doing the same damn thing, but did a complete different play. And so 1st and 10 at the opponent's 19.
Back to that trips tight end flex. Watch that tight end. He could be dragging that slot receiver once again. There goes play action. Intentional grounding. Does not get outside the pocket. That's a big loss of downs for Chris with a K.
It's a huge play by BDH Navy, though, because that was the similar play that made the long complete pass. And BDH read it like a book. And 2nd time in a row he gets read. Hooked on phonics. BDH Navy coming on through. The sack is good. A lot of pressure on the quarterback coming out from BDH.
I like the way he's running his 3-3-5 wide. I mean, his 3-3 Cub, man. No contain, just letting them boys go to work. Oh, good breakup. Unable to hold on to the ball right there. Taking his three, being smart. When you get that turnover, oh yeah, take your points.
Yep. That's a smart play right there.
These Super Bowl tickets.
Yeah, that's a smart play right there. I like to see smart football. I think there's a lot of brains that go into it. Now, I like to see small war of attrition, stuff like that. And so here comes Baltimore on the return. Not a huge one, but worth talking about. Great defense coming out from BDH Navy. That's the biggest thing that I'm noticing, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
Is how strong this defense has been so far. And all hail King Henry as he runs up the middle, finds an angle on the left-hand side, and the entirety of the stadium is going nuts. BDH is feeling himself. Chris K does not look too happy.
Oh, big
New set of
tackle,
downs.
good
Henry
catch.
doesn't get as much yardage as last time around, but we'll have another look. 2nd and 12. Two-minute warning here. We're getting ready for our halftime. Tight game. There's Lamar Jackson thinking about where to head.
Make sure you pay attention to that short post. So he's putting that square receiver on a flat, so it'll open up that whip route. It's not really necessary, but, you know, it's a whip going to whip regardless. Takes the little window to Andrews. And that's what I was talking about, the double whip routes. The user has to kind of choose what side to cover. Most of the time, they always go to the tight end and they try to Mabel the left side and put a vert hook there.
Another run play is going to secure the first down. 1st and goal. And a hell of a lot of time on the clock. 60 seconds. Audible play here. Little clock chew action. Snap on the 1.
Oh, I thought he was about to
And
shoot
run
the
up
gap.
the left-hand side. Henry makes it all the way home. BDH Navy. Touchdown for the Baltimore Ravens. Polar Bear Mike's out there happy somewhere as D. Henry winds up bringing it on home. That's 9 in total. It should be an exciting spot for these players to move on.
And that's a good drive right there by BDH. Choosing to go for, no, that's the replay. I thought he was going for 2, man. But, you know, at the end of the day, man, that's a good drive by BDH right there, man.
Brief tech issue. We'll get with you in a moment. But the Ravens here, BDH, fantastic job so far. Baltimore 14-3 now. As the Ravens, that's BDH Navy. A much better look than Chris K. Less than half the game remaining, so, you know, have to get moving now. Philadelphia needs to make some plays. Are you panicked here, though? Are you looking for large yardage, big pass plays, or can you just play the game as is?
You got 2 timeouts. Utilize the sideline. All you need is 3. You know, 7 would be great.
Okay.
But if you get 3, you're still good. You bring it to a 1-possession game. You get ball at half. You know, don't stress it. Worst case scenario, you got to get a 2. Just make sure you get 3. Don't force the ball. Like I've said plenty of times, you can't win a game before half, but you can for sure lose it. And so, you know, in this situation right here, you don't want to see Chris put himself out this game trying to do something, you know, playing out his element. Now, he chooses to hand the ball off right there just
At
to get the
halftime,
clock
we're going to
going.
move you to a different game.
I'm just, you know, oh, my goodness, that was a close, could have been an interception. You know, him getting that clock moving just on that first down, hand that ball off, you don't need to do that. You try to hit the sideline, hit a play to go up the field.
Yeah.
Philly lining up here. Looking for some action. Last time around, the drive was obviously not very successful, as we can tell from the 3 points on the scoreboard for this squad. But realistically, Baltimore, I know what their play call is. I know that they're going to be looking for the run from Henry or the oddball toss. But here from Philadelphia, we just haven't seen possession with them enough to know what Chris K is going to be bringing. So a strong, complete pass on the right side gives another set of downs. And Hurts, right side was the option last time. Now it's left side. First
Oh,
down
you got to get out of bounds.
Can't shoot past the defender. But a nice run And so right back
you gotta
in
get out of
Philadelphia.
bounds right there. Like that costs you too much just trying to. He didn't even pick up an extra yard. Go out of bounds, save your timeouts. You know, that's big, especially because you never know when you're going to need that timeout with these 15 seconds left.
Way back
the
goes
corner route.
Hurts.
Does he have him? He does. Does he get out of bounds as well? I think he does. Wow, huge play right there from Chris with a K.
So you said before 3 is totally fine, but you got a new set of downs here. So the Eagles are going to go for it.
Going to that trip flex tight end. Wonder if he leaves the motion on, or does he do the same thing with the slant whip route combination?
Dangerous territory. User said it before. Need to see at least 3. Obviously, the Eagles going for the touchdown right here. 9 seconds on the clock. Essentially, 2 plays can be had. But a flag on the play, delay a game, did not hit. Oh, no.
Yeah, didn't like what he saw.
Not a great.
Autos was back to the trip side end flex. If I'm him, I'll leave that motion. Leave that motion and try to beam it to the sideline on that wheel. But I think he keeps taking him off that route, the motion route.
Thinking it through here, though. The snap comes through.
Yeah, short
right
post.
up the
There
middle.
it is.
It's
Timeout.
caught. Timeout quick. And 5 seconds on the clock. 1st and goal. Just a sprinkle. And yeah, going right for the field goal. Guaranteed 3. Playing with
Second,
brain.
you can throw to the next game, and they'll introduce
6
themselves.
to 14, Baltimore and Philly. We will leave it here at the half. Baltimore's BDH Navy with the lead. We're going to jump into a different matchup here. 2 contestants, active military. This is the USO Salute to Service
Second class
Showdown.
petty officer
Here
of the
are your
United
players.
States Navy, Dylan Walker, Memphis, Tennessee, Coronado, California.
I'm L2 Cedric Young from United States Navy, from Norfolk, Virginia, on the best damn ship in the Navy, USS Dwight D. Eisenhower.
And there it is. Welcome to the field, Young Set and Gravedigger OC. We'll get into that matchup in just a second real quick. We're moving to the top side of the bracket. That last matchup we saw on the bottom side of the bracket. We'll be bringing you the update for that game as it gets going. Chris with a K struggling a little bit. Took the W versus L Money in the first round, but not working it here in the second one.
Yeah, man, you know, but he's fighting. He's fighting. I feel like if he would have got out of bounds, still would have had an extra timeout, then he would have had a chance to actually do whatever. If you get
Young
sacked,
said
tackle,
left.
you'd be good.
Gravedigger right.
So here we are jumping in. Young Set on the left-hand side and Gravedigger on the right. We got New Orleans versus the New York Jets. 28 above 13.
A dot.
And just like that, it's 28-19. The New Jersey Jets, excuse me, I'm from New York. I got feelings on the Meadowlands. The New York Jets watching their lead dwindle 28-20.
I believe that, as Young said, with the Saints and Gravedigger with the Jets.
Yep. So we see a lot of Philadelphia Eagles. We see a lot of Baltimore Ravens, a lot of New Orleans Saints. We don't see much of the New York Jets. What type of play style are we expected to see from the green and white?
Use AFK for a second.
Right now, Rodgers is going to show us exactly what kind of play style it is. And that's that Jets legacy. Falling down here, a loss of
I
yardage.
mean, you know, Aaron Rodgers, man, he's a daughter. He's a surgeon. That's what he is, you know what I'm saying? So I'm expecting to see the pass game, even though they have Breece Hall, you know, but you have arguably one of the best passers in the NFL and on Madden. Oh, scramble. Aaron Rodgers not known for his speed and his pocket presence to get up out of there. But Gravedigger said you got to respect him. Put a spy on him.
Hold on, I gotta Google Aaron Rodgers' age real quick. 40 years old. He's running for that first down. Aaron Rodgers, quick shove to the left-hand side.
Bubble screen.
Help from the offensive screen. He gets some strong yardage. And honestly, I want to give a shout-out to the quarterback play right there. That was just a quick whip to the left-hand side. Everybody a little surprised. And Rodgers now aiming close to the right. A nice dodge from Gibson. And he'll make it 1 foot away from the end zone.
I mean, Gravedigger's just down here just moving his ball offensively. You see Sid scratching his chin, trying to figure out, like, how do I slow this offense down?
Well, user, how does he slow this offense down?
Might have to get out that, what is he running right here? Nickel? Got to apply some pressure. Seems like Sid is running a lot of base defense. I'm looking at his formations that he have. I just don't even like the defensive book he got. I'm going to be honest with you. So it's going to be a struggle.
So you just might not have the tools coming up.
I mean, yeah, you know, he chose his defensive book. You know, I like to see people who, you know, the ass man and the random defense. I feel like that's never going to work good for you, you know. As he hands it off to Breece Hall, walks in for the touchdown to go back up 2 possessions. Going to kick his extra point and make Sid chase with the 2-point conversion.
Nice look. Nice look. And then, as you said, 2-point conversion going to be on the mind of New Orleans. This is a 2-possession game, but only if you get a little extra juice on that one. So another touchback. Too much dip on the chip. And like we said, we are live here from the Buccaneers Stadium. All of our players, well, the players are live. Me and you are hanging out, but our players are live there, you know, on location.
He kept saying I was gonna have to tell the chat. Now listen, now I'm not out there in Tampa Bay. I would like to be.
Now I'm vibing.
I'm at the crib.
I'm hanging out in Atlanta.
You know what I'm saying? They going to the Super Bowl, not me. You know what I'm saying? I need some tickets. You know what I'm saying? I still keep trying to figure out how can I get a pair of tickets.
That's what we got to do. You know, the Super Bowl might be a long shot. I'll be honest, but we gotta next year. We should be down there at the stadium they do it at. I think that's the play.
Yeah.
I think we make that conversation happen.
Yeah, I mean, they don't even have to worry about compensating me. Just give me the Super Bowl tickets and I'm good, man. I'm good.
Well, you can speak for yourself. I do like compensation. But the New Orleans Saints here looking for some compensation.
That's a book.
But it's Davis cashing that check. Hands on the money. A little awkward, but a better juke at the end. And he brings it all the way home. Interception. And that's succession. Touchdown, New York Jets. And that's the dagger. 41 above 20. I ain't think New Orleans are coming back to this one at all.
Yeah, that's tough right there. Said, and we talked about it. We talked about it his first game. You know, had a chance to put the guy away, throwing those interceptions late in the game. And we talked about how much would those tendencies come back to haunt him and cost him. Does the same thing in the very next game. And Gravedigger's going to make sure he's going to pay for that.
Paying for it, he is. Young said, so much work to be done. As I said, I mean, calling the dagger 10 seconds into the quarter, probably not a great look, but the Jets, they're playing well and they're getting better, man. Great defensive stop here from the Jets. And because of that, we're 2nd and 10.
Yeah, running that 6-1 even, putting a lot of pressure on them.
I've seen a lot of good mechanical play. So stepping away from the football and stepping into the Madden. Real good user work, real good just like mechanical prowess coming out from Gravedigger. Young said seems to be a little bit slower on that end, not able to match what we're seeing out of Gravedigger's side.
Well, one thing you can tell is that Gravedigger, he's the type of guy that puts together a game plan. He has his defense. He knows what he want to run. I see him out here running a lot in the middle, the 6-1 now. He's audible to the dollar. This could be cover Willie or this could be edge blitz, you know. Just a guy who's put in the time on the game, and you got to respect it. Runs the edge blitz, you know. And Young said it seems like, you know, he's more of a freestyler. And there's nothing wrong with being a freestyler, but at the end of the day, it's always difficult when you're playing a freestyler is playing somebody that has a game plan, because eventually you're going to run out of freestyles. And then once you start running something that the player is expecting, that's where you get in trouble.
Yeah, I mean, that's always the balance of preparation versus freestyle, like you said. You know, Gravedigger comes out here and he's got this dedicated play approach. He's got this understanding of how he wants to play the game. So if Young Said's able to download that and apply the appropriate pressure, well then GG no re. But on the other side, Young Said, if he becomes predictable because he just keeps jumping into his freestyle play, but Gravedigger starts to understand what's coming, even though Young Said hasn't sat there and wrote it down in stone, he's still writing it down. And Young Said, might be a little too late, but does make a little play right there.
Yeah, man, he needs to try to get in here as quick as he can.
Versus preparation. Yeah, I think it just comes down to, like, time in the gym, man. Gravedigger been putting that time in.
Definitely been putting the time in the gym. You can tell. That's a dot in the back of the end zone. Nice play right there by Young Said. Not going to say he has life, because he has to come up with a defensive stop and hasn't been close. Going for his two-point conversion right now early. I like this play call. A lot of times some people try to say their two-point conversion. I'm like, man, let me get it out the way, because I want to know early whether I'm dead or not in this game, you know?
Exactly. Like, go for this two-point conversion, and if you get it, then we go hard and we sweat. And if not, I don't know. Not going to say throw in the towel, but you just vibing, right? Like, there's a whole nother bracket, and Carr gets the two-point conversion. And so 2:44 on the clock in our final quarter. We have a contest.
He's going for that onside.
Onside kick. And a nice hit. 50-yard line, 45.
Trying to get an update on the Chris with a K game.
We will be bringing you some of that action. Behind Young Said, you can see Killer Mike out here, so his game's over. Eager to see if he's still in the contest or not. Adams, eager to see a first down. Will be short by 3.
He can go ahead and take this to the 2-minute warning.
In the other game, it's 13-14 Baltimore.
13-14 Baltimore in that Chris with a K game.
All right. So that's a tight race right there.
Mm-hmm.
Chris with a K bringing it. Fans eager to see that in the chat.
Oh, nice move with Brees
eager
Hall.
to see his first down. It will happen. First and 10. New York Jets up a lot to a little.
Which one of y'all going with Chris to the Super Bowl if he wins?
We're going to bring you back.
That's a B.
And that might be the dagger. A secondary dagger required. And the extra point will do what the extra point does. So
we're going to give you the bracket
We'll
update.
see how that is. But give me that bracket. I want to see how the rest of these squads have been doing. And here it is. Young Said and Gravedigger OC going on right now. Gravedigger likely to win. but we'll see how it goes on. BDH Navy, Chris with a K, that's what we were watching earlier. That one's pretty tight. Killer Mike did take down Frank, so much love, my homie, but we will see you next year, perhaps. And then L Money versus Lil Gunna, that's going on at the moment. So just a reminder, double elimination. So this bottom side of the bracket is life over, game over. See you next time. So CMD Frank back to command. Killer Mike on, not top, but on the way. And just as a reminder, our 2 finalists do get a trip and the tickets to the Super Bowl. So you want to make it to the finals. You want to win the finals, obviously. But if you make it there, you're going to the Super Bowl. So I will say there are 2 tickets, user, to the Super Bowl. So if one of our players wins and doesn't have somebody to take, I'm available. I'm just saying.
I don't think they taking you or me. I'm looking in the chat. They said Chris is taking his wife. And they was like, listen, if he ain't taking his wife, he's sure taking one of us before they take y'all. I'm going to tell you that. So, yeah. I shot my shot last year. You know, I'm tired of getting rejected for these Super Bowl tickets. I'm like, what's up, man? You know, I'm free. Are you asking? I mean, listen, I'm not begging, but hey, I'm free. You know.
Yeah. I'll buy the beer and wings if you buy the Super Bowl tickets. I think that's a fair trade. I'm just saying.
Listen, how about this? I'll up it. I'll get the beer, wings, the chips, and the dip. You get the tickets.
Woo! That might be something I'm game for. But here's
the other game
that y'all have been asking for. Chris with a K, 21-13, so a single possession game at the moment. What could be a single possession game at the moment. Similar situation to the other one where Philadelphia needs to get that 2-point conversion. Just over 2 minutes on the clock of our final quarter. So this really, I mean, you want to talk red zone? This is the moment of truth.
Yeah, Chris, he has to go down here, score, and go for 2. You know, so that's huge for him, you know. That's huge for him. He has to go down here and go for 2. And BDH just trying to keep everything in front of him. We're going to see how he gets down.
Chris out here playing for a whole lot. We mentioned a number of times the amount of fans in the chat for Chris with a K. He's got a big family he's playing for, and his father's currently battling cancer and making a strong recovery. So a great look as the wrap-up is pretty much here. And Baltimore winds up taking that one. So Chris Houchins, man, great dude. Love to see the victories. And we're back to our Jets-Saints matchup. Not Chris and BDH Navy. It's going to be our different players.
We're going to get it to you. It's just slightly delayed.
And here we are. Aaron Rodgers, Derek Carr. That's our quarterback matchup. 49 above 35, done and dusted. So Gravedigger winds up coming away with this one. A great look for him and his friends, as that one's all dusted. So as we said, Gravedigger moves on into our semifinal. Young said will drop on down. Chris with a K versus BDH Navy. That one's in the last moment. So we shall see. We shall see.
Yeah, big win for Gravedigger. And whoever wins this game between BDH and Chris, going to the ship, baby. Going to the bowl, man. Get your Super Bowl tickets.
And a cool moment as well. You know, this is double elimination, so whoever loses does get a second shot at the chip. Can come on through and try and make that happen. So a lot of football to be played. Super Bowl 59. And where is it this year? Am I tripping?
New Orleans.
Yeah, there it is. It's New Orleans.
Yeah,
you ever been down there?
In New Orleans. No.
No change in the Baltimore game. That's how it finished.
Never been there either. Heard many good things, though. It's a party, and it's going to be a party for the Baltimore Ravens as they wind up taking that game. No change in the score. And so,
So
who's
BDH
on
is
the
gonna
line?
move on.
break.
BDH is going
I
to
think
move
it
on, and
was.
Chris with a K is now in the losers and in the lower bracket.
Excuse me. As we start to populate our bracket, Chris with a K does have a second chance, and we will be right on back with that second chance and some more of our Salute to Service showdown right here with the USO.
Oh, here we go.
Well, I think we're staying here.
Chris with the K is going for 2.
Sorry, throw it
He
over.
did get the 2-point conversion. He did get the 2-point conversion. Chris with a K still fighting.
Wait a second. Hold the
59
phones.
seconds left.
Yo, excuse me.
We'll bring
production,
it back
may I
on the
please
other
get
side. There's a timeout. We're a minute behind. We don't have the finish at this point.
Okay, real quick, we're having some tech issues. We're not missing any of the game, though. There's a little bit of a delay and a little bit of this, that, and the third. So there's about a minute left to go in the game, and we will return to the action right after this.
We're going to the Super Bowl!
The Salute to Service Showdown presented by the USO and the NFL. Active duty military across the world coming together.
This weekend, I'm down here in Dallas, currently for a USO event, Madden tournament. To be partnered with the USO with the National Football League is amazing. Right now, we're inside the Dallas Cowboy facility. Just to have the access, the behind the scenes, just to come here to take pictures with Super Bowl trophies, to meet personnel that are ahead of this organization, it's been amazing.
The weekend's been awesome. It's the military brotherhood where like we all got to the airport. We all are walking around trying to find people. Being in the military, you move around a lot, meet new people all the time. So meeting these new guys, everybody just clicks together because we're used to doing that type of thing. It's been very cool meeting everybody, talking to everybody. A lot of smack talk on Madden. Some people talking strategy, whatnot. So it's been great talking with everybody and meeting everybody.
This is not an event that you want to take for granted, but it's definitely an honor to be here for the second time.
We're with Liam after his 4th military move. When being new is starting to get old. We're with Tara during the holidays when she misses home the most. Thanks to generous supporters, we're with all service members and their families who need connection, comfort, and a home away from home. Are you with them? Learn more at USO.org today. We're with Bridget, whose husband won't be home for months, and whose daughter is due any day. We're with Mike, who's leaving home to protect his family and yours. Thanks to your donations, we're with all service members and their families who need community, connection, and maybe a bit of magic. Are you with them? Learn more at USO.org today.
welcome back to the USO Salute to Service Showdown. It is the final moments of Baltimore versus Philadelphia Eagles. We've got Chris with a K, and Henry on the right-hand side will not get that first down. Looks like they were shoved out. And so this one definitely a barn burner. 3rd and 2, 14 seconds left on regulation time here. And user possession for the Baltimore Ravens. About time for 2 or 3 possessions if you play your timeouts right. But they don't have
he
it
has to get a stop right here. This is huge. He picks up this first down. It's over. He can kick that game-winning field goal and walk off. Chooses to scramble. Throws it back. That's a pick. Chris with a K going to the Baja. Wow.
He's making it from the 30. Wow. And he's just got a couple more steps to go. The pick into the pocket, into the bank. 27 above 21 with fractions of seconds on the clock. Ain't no way to make it back from here. Chris with a K makes it happen and gets one step closer to the big show.
Oh my God, breaking one of the cardinal sins in football. My man Doc hit it right on the head, throwing it late across the middle. You cannot do that. Could that have cost some Super Bowl tickets? We will see. 1 second left in this game, man. That's crazy. BDH in full control of this whole game. We're thinking Chris with a K is dead. Hey, man, you're going down to the loser's bracket, lower bracket, and we're going to see how you continue out this day. But Chris with a K, and the crazy thing is, like, just hand the ball off. He has one timeout. Yeah. Even if you don't get the first, you're talking about 9 seconds, kick your 3, and by the time it's impossible for him to have a chance to win that ball game. Chris with a K gives him depth, says, hey, man, I appreciate you selling. I appreciate you throwing it. Listen, my wife is ready to go to the Super Bowl. He's 1 game away from the Super Bowl.
Oh, man.
And you see, he can't even believe it. He can't even believe it.
You gotta put up when you got the supporters in the stands. This entire chat has been Chris with a K. We see maybe 1 or 2 other names out there. Shout out to people. But, like, it's all Chris's people. He's got to put up. He can't collapse like that.
We got to send that in for bad beats, man. We got to send that in for bad beats. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got the game sealed up. It's sealed up. It's one time out. He hands that ball off. At best, you're kicking a field goal with 10 seconds. Then, because it was like 15 seconds. It's going to take at least 4 or 5 seconds before they tackle you. He burns that timeout. Okay, now you kick the field goal. That's going to take 4 seconds. Now you're at 6 seconds before you kick the kickoff. You kick the kickoff. He might waive fair catch, might not. If he does waive fair catch, he's at the 20 or the 30, depending where you kick it. He has no timeouts. That situation. Oh, BDHD, BDH, you cannot let that happen. Not for the Super Bowl tickets. If I'm his significant others, listen, you won't play like that? You're going to have to go buy them Super Bowl tickets. You owe me. You owe me.
You owe me at this point. Let's take one more look at it real quick.
It's 14 seconds. 14 seconds, and, like, he already knew. And just throw the ball away. Just throw the ball away. Yeah. It's okay. Well, we didn't get that timeout. He throws the pick 6. Super Bowl tickets on the line. I just cannot believe that. I can't believe BDH was in full control of the whole game. From start to finish.
That's what I'm saying. Oh, man. One of those wild. It's really funny. Listen. I was heated as well. Chat was like, bro, give us the game, and we got you the part of the game that matters the most. Like, that's the clip. That's the clip for sure, man. Insane stuff. Congratulations. Still more to be played for BDH on that second level of competition on that lower bracket. So definitely want to see what's going on there. But you are watching the NFL Salute to Service Showdown Madden Tournament presented by the USO. Let's take a look at this package right quick.
Today I'm excited to see the training facilities, see when players get to practice, see behind the scenes of what we don't get to see every day.
Frankie Cologne, United States Army.
Staff Sergeant Leo Jones, Air Force.
Dylan Walker, the United States Navy.
I'm L2 Sergeant Young on the best damn ship in the Navy, USS Dwight D. Eisenhower.
3 in a row. I just lost us a Super Bowl.
Shout out to our friends over at the USO for making all this possible. Gravedigger OC and Chris K trying to make their way to the Super Bowl. That's the matchup in front of them. Winner goes to the Super Bowl. Still has to play in the grand final, but both of our finalists make it there. What's good, friends? I'm F. Dot. This is my man, the one great user, and we have one great tournament going on here today as we just jumped into the last moments of a tie game. And with 14 seconds on the clock, Chris K lit up the stadium and got himself into the position he's in right here.
I mean, that's huge, man. Now, see what you did there with the tournament. See what you did there. And so now we're going to see how Gravedigger came out with the Jets, and he put up a light show. I'm talking about offensive points. It was very explosive. Him and Aaron Rodgers, it was cooking it up. Now, the question is, Chris with the K, can he have the defense for it? We're going to see.
It should be a fun one. Defense has been a really big factor in some of here today, but we have more football to be played. Our next matchup on the way. Say hello to your players.
I'm L2 Cedric Young from United States Navy, from Norfolk, Virginia, on the best damn ship in the Navy, USS Dwight D. Eisenhower.
Staff Sergeant Leo Jones, Air Force, Nellis Air Force Base.
And there it is. So should be fun. More presentation. Like I said, we got people from all branches here. Not the Space Force. Not the Space Force just yet. We'll get there. We'll get there. If you are a young Madden player in the Space Force, get involved. I want to see the Space Force up here next time.
Yeah, the Space Force, man. Yeah, and tell us what you're doing out there. Who you fighting? Huh? Who you fighting out there, the Space Force? Yeah.
You just tell us the Space Force out here getting ready to fight Martians.
Yeah. I mean, because, obviously you're out there. Tell me what's going on. Who you fighting? Where you training at? You know what I'm saying? Tell it to me. You know what I'm saying? Are you in the pool? Are you in the studio? Tell me what's going on. I'm just trying to figure out who you fighting.
Satellites and stuff. They're not trying to fight Xenu.
Yeah, I'm trying to. Is Thanos on the way that we need to know about? Is Frieza coming in from Planet Namek? Talk to me. What's going on, huh?
That's, you know what? That's a legitimate. I am worried about Gohan and Frieza coming on through. That is something I am concerned about. I need to call my congressman and tell them to get Planet Namek on the list.
I'm trying to figure out what the Space Force is. Who are we protecting? You know what I'm saying? Like how does that work? You know what I'm saying? It does. Listen, and when we create the Space Force, do all the nations unite and it's all a global Space Force, or is it like I got this area low? It's kind of like Men in Black Doc says,
It's Will Smith.
Yeah.
Will Smith.
How do we
Will
know
Smith
what
and Tommy
area
Lee Jones is the entire Space Force.
Yeah, man. I'm trying to figure out.
We're civvies up here having some fun, but real talk, the Space Force they do like satellites and stuff. That's what they're doing. I'm guessing. I'm sure.
Yeah. I'm trying to figure out like how do you protect
we got a
this,
Bengals game on the way. This is why they don't bring us to the Super Bowl. Because we sit here going, what does the Space Force do?
This is true. Listen, I got questions. I'm just saying, I got questions. I'm sorry. I got questions.
I understand. Well, the questions have been answered. We got Young Said playing the Bengals this time around, turning things up. So a little bit of a change here with the Ravens on the other side. Again, we see a lot of some of the same teams. Bengals, what do they bring?
Mm-hmm. Oh, this is a rivalry game. You got Joe Burrow, and then I see the legend Yaki in the chat. What's going on, man? Yaki, good to see you, my brother. Yeah, so this is gonna be a rivalry game, and we're gonna see, Ravens. I'm trying to think. Okay, so I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure who exactly suiting up right now, but yeah, the first time we're gonna see the Bengals today, and can they get it done? I mean, obviously with Joe Burrow, you're expecting to see a lot of pocket passing, no scrambling. So we'll see.
A lot of stuff on the line here. Raymond James Stadium is where our players are playing from, both in-game and in... I always hate the phrase in real life because, like, even though we play in a game, it's real life. Anyway,
Yeah, in person. I mean, listen, they know I'm at the crib. Now, you on the other hand, you look like you at the stadium. You look
I'm in
like
Atlanta.
you
I'm
got
at the crib.
tickets.
No, I want the tickets. I'm at home. Bro, I'm vibing. That's my living room right there. What are you talking about? I cook eggs right in my kitchen, telling me I'm at the stadium. Where that catering at if I'm at the stadium? Beer me, pretzel me, right now, dog. I'm in Atlanta. I'm zone 6. I'm right here. I ain't going. Give me them tickets.
Yeah, man. Bro, man, the building. What up, bro?
Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson. That is our matchup here. Lamar Jackson, very, very successful today. Honestly, I mean, same type of analysis you're going to hear on daytime sports talk as you're going to hear on this Madden broadcast. Lamar Jackson, powerful option. You can pass the ball. You can run the ball to yourself. You can hand off the ball. We've seen Lamar Jackson run up mid, run left, right, pass left, right, hand off left, right, mid. So definitely a lot of different options when you play with LJ here. And there's King Henry. That's what I was talking about. He's in the fullback position. Is he? Are some of these plays fullback plays for him?
I mean, that was an eye for him close, and he was at the tailback position. But
I see. Okay, yeah, he's a little closer.
But yeah, they do have some formation where he's automatically, put in fullback, or a package where you can shift him and put him in there.
Well, Henry, and honestly, that's probably another reason why we see a lot of Ravens, why we see a lot of Raven representation here in our tournaments, because like we said, Lamar Jackson, a very dynamic type quarterback, can do there's a lot of different options. He does a lot of things well, and since he does a lot of things going on, and same thing with Henry, with him being such a large running back, he has a lot of options, can be a quick, fast running back on the outside, or he can just put his shoulder down like it's 1992 and run up the middle and get that done as well. So a lot of different options when you're playing on this PBM team. So
yeah,
I like the look.
And these rosters are updated. So, the Ravens are one of the best teams in the NFL right now. I know a lot of people are hollering about Detroit. Yeah, man. Okay, you guys are doing good this year. Pump your brakes. Kansas City is still undefeated. And, the Ravens, they're playing solid this year. Lamar's on an MVP type run. So, you understand why these guys are using it. He's so dynamic, his speed in the game. And then you have Henry, man, he's having an MVP type of year as well. So, you understand why people are using the Ravens and Regs.
Absolutely. Nobody likes Detroit, though, right? Ain't nobody playing the Lions, right?
I mean, they're good, but nobody likes them because, it's I don't even really believe Detroit fans are Detroit fans. Y'all been trashed for so long. There's no way you're going to tell us you just sat there and rolled. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about it's women that don't ride with their man that doing life bids the way y'all ride for the Detroit Lions. Like, come on, man. Stop it. Stop it. There's no way you still a Detroit Lions fan. Stop it, man. You know what I'm saying? Let's cut it out.
As sports fans, part of our blood.
Could have been a boost.
As sports fans, part of our blood is to be unrealistic. I mean, the Cubs baseball team, Chicago's baseball team, they won recently, but before that, the last time they won was like 1918, and I'm not kidding. And there was still Cubs fans out there. They hadn't won since the Ottoman Empire existed, and there were still Cubs fans out there. So
they're not Cubs fans, man. They listen. I don't believe once you're talking about 2015 and 20 years, man. It's no way you're still loyal to that team. And I'm talking about being trash. It's one thing if you making playoffs and you maybe get to the Super Bowl and lose. I'm talking about they're not even making playoff runs. So it's like, come on, I don't believe that.
I don't know, man. Listen, I live in Atlanta now, but I'm Queens. I'm a Queens baby, and I'm born in '89, so that's after the Mets won. I ain't seen no Mets victories. Like the Mets aren't doing it, but I still wear my Mets hat. Like,
come on, man.
You gotta rep Queens. You gotta rep where you're from.
I mean, listen, we're gonna be serious here. We're gonna be serious here. You know what I'm saying? That's like saying it's people that ain't even loyal to their significant other doing, 5-year bids. You want me to believe. You want me to believe that these people, they got two, these are the people that you see that have two teams. You know what I'm saying? They run into the right person. Oh, yeah, I'm from Detroit. What up, though? Yeah, the Lions. But guess what? As soon as Detroit is losing, man, the Chiefs was always my team. Patrick Mahomes, that's a bad boy.
They got 2 teams
You
and
know
3
what I'm saying?
girlfriends. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, Cincinnati right here certainly put it on for their significant other. Making it all the way down the field so far. First, 2nd and 5. And we are deadly close. We're on the 15. So we are deadly close to that end zone. Joe Burrow, honestly, burrowed in there.
Oh, that's good
but
defense.
Here come the Dachshunds right on in that Badger hole. And Joe Burrow falls on down. 3rd and 5. Not the worst hit you can see on the quarterback. Still in this one and totally tossable.
Oh, nice play. Good pocket. Way to sit there and deliver strike up under pressure. Yaki, but the Panthers, we ain't been sorry for too long. We was just in the Super Bowl with Cam now. You know what I'm saying? Like, we still remember that. I'm talking about these teams that ain't. The Lions have never been good. I'm 39 years old. They've never been good.
Yaki,
you know what I'm saying?
Yaki hitting with the millennial, just reminding you that was 10 years ago.
I know, but has it been 10 years since Cam been in the ship? I don't believe that. I believe those numbers are fake.
He an old commentator. He's doing our job now. Like,
oh my God, it's been 10 years. Time flies by so fast. What is Gary Vee talking about?
I mean, listen, Cam Newton's still out there, Panthers legacy, big hats and stuff, right?
Yeah. Shout out to Ace Boogie, man, the one and only.
3rd and goal. Not a great spot here for the Bengals. Cincinnati in some trouble. More shot here. I mean, I say in some trouble. I'm just a liar. This is not a troublesome position at all. Burrow looks to the right hand side and turns trouble into money. First touchdown here for the Cincinnati Bengals. Clean play.
And I think that was trying to figure out who that was scored. Was that L Money? Was that L Money or that was Young Said? I tried to read their body language, but neither one of these guys, kind of gave me the.
Dude, I was doing the same. I was doing the same. Usually, our players have been a little bit more animated.
Yeah.
Last year, we saw, I will say, last year was my first year doing this tournament, back a 2nd year with you. Thanks, by the way, to the USO for having me, as always. Shout out to the NFL as well. But I expected a lot more in-person trash talk from these military Madden boys. And everybody's kind of nice to each other, which is good to see. It's good to see everybody being nice, but I want to see some nonsense talking, so that's what I'm asking for. I'm just saying, Young Said is on the Cincinnati Sticks, so he's in the lead right here. But I want to see him get mad. Like, I don't even need to see the celebration. I need to see the letdown. That's what I'm looking for. Ooh. And the crowd goes silent. L Money.
You go big 3rd and 10. Big 3rd and 10, L Money. You said, Young Said is the Bengals, L Money is the Ravens?
Yeah.
Okay.
L Money now looking for his bite back. A lot of different options for Lamar. Not a lot of time, though, and that's 2 in a row, homie. 4th and 17. Baltimore's got to be doing something here because L Money has been sleeping on the sticks. And as a result, we're going to see the kick. And it's Bengals ball one more time. Year 2, there was a lot of chirping. Yaki was there, so they bring Yaki to Raymond James Stadium. but not user and F dot. All right. Nice toss here. Actually,
man.
A really nice toss here. Looking like Derek Jeter in 1999. Beautiful jump toss. And just like
Big
that.
catch right there.
That was a wake-up moment. And as far as I'm concerned, Cedric Young, he is awake. He is wide open. That iPhone been going off. El Money, on the other hand, he sleep.
Yeah, you know, right there, Young said we talked about his game, you know how he approaches. And now you see he's in that lower bracket now, and he seems to be more locked in, more focused, more efficient on his play calling.
Well, I mean, this is a phenomenon I think that you can see in your games at home or your legit, pro Madden League experiences. Where like what I'm saying is every type of player has this experience where you're the first game of the day blues, bro. Like it does take a minute to lock in. Not just physically, like getting your fingers, like when we compare this to traditional physical sports, like there is some dexterity warming up, this, then, a third. Like you can do some hand calisthenics, I guess, sure. But really, it's that competitive lock-in. It's that like I call it like the white noise. You get this noise isolating sound just in your brain.
Oh my goodness!
And that's like a big deal. Oh no. We'll fix this in a moment. But that's a really big deal that I noticed. And like I cover a whole bunch of different games in the esports space. I cover some traditional sports as well. And like talking to NBA players, talking to Call of Duty League players, talking to Brawl Stars players, talking to Madden players, all of them have this like moment where they just mentally lock in. They go like, they lean forward, like something happens to you.
Mm-hmm.
After
they go
that
from
first
right here
or second
to right
game.
here. And
So,
when they lean up right here, it's serious.
Yep. It's that shrimp mode. You sort of turn into a little bit of a shrimp.
Yeah.
That's really
got to
what it
lock
is.
in.
Yep.
Absolutely got to lock in.
We got the replay coming up right here. Seeing what's going on here. Young said and El Money, like I said, have been giving us a good game, but sort of. Wayne Gretzky and his brother they hold the record for most hockey goals by a brother group, Wayne Gretzky's brother has 2 hockey goals in total.
Okay, that's a new
So
stat.
that's kind of how I feel about Young Said and El Money bringing us the good show. Young Said's bringing us the show. And El Money's here. Like, much love to Leo Jones. Much love, my man. We love everybody. Like, real talk, the USO, this is all friends and family, but this is also the military, and I got to call it how I call it. And El Money seems to be, put it this way, he ain't holding the money. Young said,
this is
in
true.
Position. And just like that, that's going to be the extra point on that replay. We're getting things set up on the backhand for sure, but 7 above none for Baltimore at the moment. Can we get a look at the bracket real quick as we take a brief reprieve from this game? I want to zoom out and kind of show what's going on with the rest of the tournament because it's a double elimination tournament here. 8 finalists. If you're just joining us, first of all, where the hell you been? Second of all, welcome. We've got 8 different players, 3 different regions, Europe represented, Indo-Pacific represented, America represented, 4 different branches of the military represented as well. They all got through some big tournament to find themselves here. Double elim. So the only people out right now are Frank and Lil Gunner. Much love to y'all, which is interesting, by the way. Lil Gunner 02 was here last year and knocked out in the earliest rounds of the tournament. Killer Mike, also here last year and on the bottom side. You did bring up the same thing happened to him last time. But these are our finalists that we got a chance to see. Like we said, much love to Francisco Colon as they step out and Eric Ruiz as they step out. Our remaining 6 players here. I will say Chris Houchins again because of the first 10 minutes of the broadcast, I just said his name incorrect. So it's Chris Houchins. So great stuff as we got a couple of different people returning, making some noise. Were you making? What'd you say, user? I missed that.
I'm over here making breakfast orders, man. Wow. I'm over here making breakfast orders while wait. Yes, exactly what I just ordered. Waffle House All-Star Special. I said, now listen, I want that blueberry waffle light, toast, no butter, bacon, hold the weight, egg scrambled with cheese, and don't burn my waffle. Don't you dare burn my waffle.
I want smothered, covered, and chunked, maybe some peppers. That's what I want, baby.
Sir.
Yeah,
Yes,
you spent some time in the South when you can speak that language. For my Yankee friends, I'm from New York originally, shut up. For my friends above the Mason-Dixon line, this is the Waffle House language. And y'all gotta
You
learn
already
it
know.
if you come to our neighborhood.
Absolutely.
Yaki does bring up a good point, though. No butter. Who hurt you? So that is a good question. We got some updates on our game backstage, by the way. Some tech issues, so we are jumping into it. We're going to be jumping into it after halftime, but we restarted it. So same score as it was at the half, and we're going to be jumping in here in the third quarter once we get everything all set. I think that's fair. Sometimes things happen legitimately, digital or traditional. Like these games, you get rained out or whatnot. At the end of the day, I'll be honest. Looked a little one-sided.
Here we go, hopping into it, Yaki. But look, man, yes, no butter on the toast, man.
Full restart. My B. Full restart.
God.
And just like that, a full restart. L Money still holding that L. Young said coming up with a first 6. And here it is. Bang, puts it in. 7 above all. Love to see it. So, there's a little wonkiness going on back here. We're going to play 2 quarters and we'll let y'all know. For now, watch football. It essentially is tied up, so not a big deal. I'll stand up for my squad. Listen, Doc and the boys backstage are good at what they do. They're not perfect, but it wasn't their bad this time. Blame the internet. Sometimes it rains, and sometimes we pour. So Henry,
good defense, good gap shoot.
As the Ravens making a play here, trying to make a play is probably the better way to say that one. And here's another. No, Lamar does not go for the run play. Instead, tosses it to the left-hand side after coming way back in the pocket and does confirm that first down. Very strong play there from the Baltimore Ravens, and a necessary play as well, as they have not been successful up until this point. They have not looked very good up until this point. I've been having fun with it, but legitimately, they are the worst team on the field of these 2 squads. So Lamar Jackson getting sniffed out here. Defense looks a little lazy. Run, Lamar, and that's another first down. What? What am sleeping? Cincinnati allowing some breathing room here. And this time it's an actual handoff. Henry does get shoved out of the way. A gainage of 1 yard, so technically not a failure. 2nd and 9 here at the 40. And we'll see another shot here. I don't expect the handoff we've seen it a number of times, and instead it's the fake handoff to condition the opponent. Lamar Jackson off to the races, slides on down. 2 first downs in a row for the quarterback. And the old QB
have to do something with that Lamar Jackson, man. Him getting out of the pocket, scrambling. You're trying to respect the play action, respect the backside post and the crossover underneath, but you still got to keep your eyes on Lamar Jackson.
The options have been huge here. Lamar Jackson, basically, he goes for the run, and then once L Money adapts and goes, okay, we've got to stop the quarterback run, he goes and he pressures the quarterback, and then the quarterback makes the pass anyway. Ain't no problem. Occasionally we see the Henry handoff, which is working much better here. As a gainage of 9 yards, 2nd and 1. I was just about to say, user, that Henry has not been successful this game. These handoff plays have not been successful. That one right there essentially earns them a first down. That one, well, doesn't. That's how they normally be going this turn.
He's the workhorse. He's the workhorse. And right here, big 3rd and 1. Can he come up and stop Henry once again? Cap shoot, blows him up in the backfield, bringing up a 4th and 4. Loss of 3 yards right there. That is huge. Is he going to settle for 3?
I don't think he should. I don't think he should. I think the Ravens have had such a hard time this contest. I think you got to go for this.
He's going to kick 3.
The safe play is where we're going to go.
He might have missed it.
Not a perfect kick.
He did. He missed it. Right.
It's off. That's worst case scenario. That is worst case scenario. I think. Do you think that was the right call? Field goal over first down?
I mean, especially not if you're gonna miss it.
Well, obviously, my man.
I mean, if we gonna miss the chipper, no, it's not the right call at all. Not the right call at all.
Well, what's better for dinner, wings or steak? Except you don't get the steak. Obviously, when you hit it, it's going to be better. But the Bengals are off again. Oh, no. This Bengals matchup, El Money is not having fun. Young said, though, in the driver's seat, hit the clutch and I'm gone. First down, and then some. Brown hits him with the nonsense on the first go. Can't find the second one. So again, just over a minute of play in the first quarter, and Cincinnati has been dominating this one. But El Money has been dominating himself to a certain extent. Misses the close range field goal to keep himself scoreless. And Joe Burrow has to throw it away here. Strong defense on the Baltimore side this time at least.
And that's good defense right there. You know, had everything in front of him. El Money trying to come up with a stop right here. Man coverage. Oh, good user. Oh, I thought he was going to come down with that. Big 30-10. I mean, and El Money playing some good defense with that man coverage right now.
They need an entire 10 yards to get that first down. Joe Burrow with all the time. Throws it in the middle, and it's picked like a strawberry. Hamilton running up the left-hand side. One defender does have a read on him. A slowdown, a juke, a dodge. And here comes the rest of the mob. A gainage of a gorillion yards.
Live.
And Baltimore has another shot on their opponent's 13.
Big interception right there. You know, and we pointed it out. Like, you know, we've been watching said play, and he's averaging at least 2 interceptions a game. So he's going to give you that opportunity.
Still a great return and very good field position.
Such an important moment here for El Money. The run play gets a little bit of yardage here. 2 in the pocket, 8 to go. But El Money, I mean, like, Youngset has been playing well and earned that first touchdown. And then El Money gave up the ghost in that situation.
Oh, baby! Able to get sticky with Lamar and walks into the end zone to tie this ball game up. That's what El Money needed right there. And Young said, back against the wall. You know, we've seen him blow a lead before. That's how he got down here in the lower bracket. You know, it seems like he's in full control, and then just you look up, and there's an interception.
I mean, that's exactly, that is what needed to happen. And if I'm El Money or coaching El Money, I feel real bad about this game. Youngset is the better player for my money in that moment, right? And then we make it down to the end of the field. Yeah, and then I missed the field goal, and things are bad news bears. But then the pick, the run, and the instant touchdown, that's what I call a low latency response. Something bad happens, bam, you come right back and answer. it's 7-7. That might as well say 0-0. All of that dominance that Young said had, we talk about momentum and mental in sports a lot. All of that mental lead that Young said garnered in the first quarter, gone as we enter our second quarter completely tied up. Nobody's remembering the missed field goal no more. They will if he loses by 3. But nobody's remembering that missed field goal anymore. They are remembering the comeback and that we are tied with 3 quarters to go. So an excellent response here from El Money in the early moments, and just fantastic performance from Leo Jones here to dig himself out of that hole.
Here we go, man. My guy Doc touched right on it, man. This game being mental, 90% of it being mental. You have to be able to win the chess match in your head before you can actually prove it on the physical field. Uh-oh, nice play. Brown going to the house, handoff straight up the gut. And just like that, Said is back in full control. That's how you respond, because a lot of times, Doc, we've seen people where they just fall and collapse, right? They make that mistake and somehow, some way they can't shake it off. And then things just start to unravel. That's what you need if you're Young Said. They're able to respond, get 7 and say, hey, let's shake it off.
And listen, the low latency response isn't just for the negative. That is Young Said going, all right, El Money, you have deleted my momentum. You took the giant play that I made before and you've equalized it. Well, what if I make a giant play again? Young Said comes out here, makes it rain, 14 above 7. Fantastic performance out of Young Said. But El Money, basically what we get a chance to see, which one was the fluke? Is El Money the guy who makes the interception and the long run downfield, and the missed field goal is just a who's that man? Or is the missed field goal who El Money is, and he got a little lucky on the return? That's
good defense. Everything covered right there, bringing up a big 3rd and 7.
Money here looking to turn things around. Like I said, right now we're playing fact or fraud. We've seen 2 options from El Money. One factual, one fraudulent. Are we looking at the fact man or the fraudster? We'll find out by the end of the contest. Right now,
we got a streak touchdown wide open. He does not miss the read. Okay, El Money. Okay, El Money. I see the head bob. Young Said scratching his chin like, that's a busted coverage. Right there, ran that cover 3. El Money called the right play call, streak up the seam, easy touchdown, and now these guys are putting on the show.
That straight up looked like Young Said just wasn't. He just threw rock against paper. Yeah, the defense just wasn't in position.
Yeah, I mean, he ran cover 3, good play call. He streak up the seam, had the drag on the backside that held the outside 3rd, and that's just an easy touchdown. If you keep your eyes up and watch those safeties, watch one high-low safety develop, that's going to be easy touchdown every time for El Money.
Well, another reset here. Tied at 14 this time around. And by the way, some of that silliness I was talking about, our game cut out at half. They were tied at 7. Technically, we're tied at 21. Everything all tied up. Joe Burrow trying to tie this one off.
Wow.
And a long pass from the Burrow man makes it happen. 1st and 10 at the opponent's 34.
And what great recognition between a receiver and his quarterback, because he's going to recognize the trouble, and then he has 2 options.
Okay.
Cut off the route and come back.
So another shot here.
Or hit straight down the field.
Joe Burrow. Oh, no. Oh, no. Has to toss it.
In chat, so this is technically the 3rd quarter. The 3rd quarter after halftime will be played as the 4th quarter.
A little confusing. Essentially, we had some tech difficulties during the 2nd quarter or the 3rd quarter earlier on, so we'll get there. But as is, I mean, tied up, in trouble.
I'm wondering how they're going to play this, right? Because, ordinarily this quarter would be 2nd quarter, so you got to kind of play this like a halftime and then 1 4th quarter, right?
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying?
That's what's going to happen. Yep. Yeah.
because like you can't you can't actually regardless this halftime somebody's gonna be getting the ball. It's gonna stop momentum and whatever. So
yeah.
If I'm Young said, I try to make sure I get some points right here. And you just got to play it like two different games.
Exactly. Well said. Yeah, you just got to segment. I mean, I use the phrase quarterback mentality all the time. You just got to forget what happened last play and keep moving forward. I think that's the game plan here. Just like it can be frustrating when you get rained out or when you get a tech difficulty in esports, right? It can be a little frustrating, like coming from baseball, having a rain delay. You're just like, yo, we were up by 3 and now we just gotta hang out for an hour. Like that could really nuke you. But that is part of being a competitive player. As the
nice
Bengals
touchdown right there.
Make it a competitive game. A run up the middle. Through traffic. That was a contested run, but a successful one nonetheless. And Cincinnati, with the field goal, will put up blackjack. And so with 1.5 quarters to go, the Bengals find themselves significantly in the driver's seat.
After the touchdown, McPherson on to kick this one away. And they will not get a chance to return this one. It's through the back of the end zone for a touchdown.
From the 20, no, the 30, excuse me. El Money has stepped up as the game has continued on. I think that Young said established himself early as the bag getter, so to speak. And it was up to El Money to really rise to the occasion. In the early moments of this game, he did exactly not that. But as the game has gone on, I think he's really started to read Young said a little bit better. We've seen a little bit more on the defensive end from the Ravens, not so much on the offensive end, as the pressure there from the Bengal proves a little too much for Mr. Jackson.
Yeah, man, and I'm wondering how Sid is trying to approach this, who gets the ball, going into this halftime, and can he come up with a stop again? He defensively, his last couple possessions, he's been struggling.
Yeah. Do you think that's been more of El Money stepping up and understanding what Young said's bringing, or is it Young said slouching a little bit?
I think El Money stepping up on offense, but also Young said he's slouched and put him back in this ball game.
Plays like that weren't dropping for El Money earlier on. Like, I think that El Money has stepped up just a little bit. Is it enough though to bring the W? That's the question here for Baltimore and their fans, for El Money and his fans at home. Another run try for the handoff onto Derek. Will not wind up being successful. So 2nd and 10, we got another go. I doubt we'll see the same handoff play. Defense bunched up there on the left side. So Jackson drops back.
Throw
The
that
blitz
ball
is
away,
good.
big sack. And that's what
And
we
the
talked about,
quarterback
being able to contain him. Being able to contain that Lamar Jackson and keep him inside that pocket. Young said doing a good job right there, because that's what he would do. He'll do that play action, roll out, scramble, and pick up the first, even though Young said will have everything covered. Vertical is going to be looking for the seams right here. If you run cover 3, it's a good chance he gets beat. X wide
left
open.
side
Does he
open.
pick it up? Oh my goodness. A little bit late on the throw. Almost an interception. That's a big conversion right there by El Money.
Huge conversion right there from El Money. You absolutely love to see that play. Like you said, a little bit late on the throw, but homie was wide open. Double coverage on the man on the left-hand side opened that receiver up. Because of that, honestly, the rare toss from the Ravens, I feel like they have been opting to the run play more often than not. And when they do go to the pass play, El Money winds up successful. I think that's largely due to the fact that it's rare that he's going to the pass play, but I digress. Jackson again going to that ground again to the ground. 3rd and 7. And that might be, how many sacks on the Baltimore quarterback?
I mean, that's just good defense right there. Say keeping everything in front of him. Get snapped off of his defender.
Problematic. Lamar Jackson needs to make this connection, but it looks like our connection having a little bit of an issue. So we'll fix all this in a matter of moments. Cincinnati's been looking real clean, though. So like we obviously said, we're having some issues there, so we'll get back on into it. But here's the look of our graphic so far. Young said this is the bottom side of the bracket. Young said falling down to Gravedigger earlier on in the day. So here we are. Looks like we're back on in. And Baltimore is not. So 3rd and goal here.
Big 3rd and goal. Big 3rd and goal right here. Baltimore does not have any timeout, so if he runs the ball or gets sacked and this ball is in play, you're going to have to hurry up and go pick your play. You got to hurry up and get to your special teams. There it is, selected. How much time is going to be ran off? That kick meter is going to be, okay, no time ran off. Wow.
This one goes. Nice. Still a 2-possession game. And just a reminder, there is only 1 quarter left in this game. We're gonna go to halftime in 3rd quarter, I understand. But 3rd quarter is our final quarter due to some issues that we had earlier on in the day. So tough. Actually, I do want to confirm real quick the score continuation from our first shot. How's the scoring going to go? Because there was a score earlier, right? So we've got 21-17 at the moment, but our first quarter of the game had some scoring, and I think we're just going to add that on top. So we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Right now, the kick from the Cincinnati Bengals in our final quarter of play. So Baltimore goes ahead, and we'll start things off at the 30. The Bengals had 7, and Baltimore did not. And so as a result, Cincinnati are basically, it's 28 at the moment. To Baltimore's not 28. So a 2-possession game, perhaps a 3-possession game. Honestly, it's a lot of math to say it's a lot to a little.
That's a book.
And that is a big deal.
Oh, he going to the house.
The run, all the way good. Touchdown, Cincinnati. And even
so
more.
So is it 35-17?
What's that?
Is the score actually 35-17?
Yes. I think it's 35-20. But, I mean, what's the difference, bro? Much love to L Money. I apologize, my man. A little disrespect on my part.
Yeah, but it's all good.
That is one of the big things that I'm going to be looking here for is the change from L Money. I mean, really, you got to finish it out, sportsmanship and everything. But realistically, 3 separate touchdowns here in a couple of minutes. An unlikely situation.
And trying to throw that cross body, man, we've seen how that cross body throw can cost people championships, literally Super Bowl tickets. Same thing with having a BDH. Throws it over the seam right at the user, picks up the first down.
It's a big deal. Again, 3 touchdowns is what this squad needs to find, and they do find a first down here. 4th quarter, 4 minutes to go. So if I'm L Money, I'm speeding through these playbooks. I'm getting to that line of scrimmage as soon as possible and tossing as soon as possible.
Verticals up the seam. Touchdown.
Young said he's playing with his food right here. Like, Young said has been much more of a successful offensive player than a defensive player. Absolutely. But the defense from Cincinnati was strong still. The offense was better, but the defense was better than this. And this last sequence that we just saw, this drive, looks like a different player is playing the Bengals right now.
Yeah, you know, and that's the thing about it. These guys, you never know what type of man play they're going to get for them in a situation. Throws another pick right there on his 2-point conversion. Had a guy wide open sitting in the middle of the end zone. Does he take this 2-point back? Oh, no, he cannot get up out of there. Big tackle, able to save 2 points at 35-23. Down by 12 technically, and this is the fourth quarter, 4 minutes left.
We were talking about the 2-point conversion a little bit earlier, and when you're down the competition by way of a 2PC, like, you go for it early, because I think it's less deflating to go for it and miss it than to have the crazy run, get those 2 touchdowns, get your third, and then fail the 2-point conversion at 3 seconds left of the game. That's just much worse for me. So just go for it early, and if you get it, then you can put up.
Yeah,
so
right
I like
here,
the intent to go for it, user, but it didn't work out.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you. You know, Young said he never uses the 2 clock feature until he feels like, you know, okay, I gotta, you know, like right here, you know, here we go. He's gonna chuck something up. Could be an interception, but he picks up the first. Oh my goodness. Make that tackle. Doesn't stay in bounds. Stops the clock, helping L Money out. You know, you have to put on that 2 clock feature, man. Take a look back at the replay. Right here, he likes to have the route bounce, and he's thrown that play multiple times this game, you know, just having so much time in the pocket, waiting for the receiver to bounce and come back to the ball, throws it to him, picks up another first down, but goes out of bounds and does not keep that clock running.
Chewing. Honestly, it's always the best strategy, right? Like, just wait it out, time out, Jigglypuff. But especially for Young Said right now, because he's having some problems. This has been the worst quarter of the game. And I'm not even being disrespectful. I'm saying that because he was flying so high earlier on. Now he's come down to earth, making some mortal mistakes.
He's barely using 10 seconds. He's barely using 10 seconds on this play call. And the wild thing is that L Money just burnt his timeouts. I wouldn't even burn his timeouts. The way he's playing offense, I'm like, go ahead.
Yeah. If I'm Young Said, I'm trying to play as little football as possible right now. Like, that's a touchdown, and that's great. Honestly, I'll take the touchdown. That's probably going to be the game ender right there for the Cincinnati Bengals. Youngstead stays alive. L Money still technically on life support, but that ventilator going to go soon as L Money does have possession now, so we see how it goes. Jackson, another look. Oh, big pressure from the Bengals defense there. Turns that into try again.
Yes.
L Money's camera goes the way of his Twitter picture. Turns black.
And L Money, just trying to get big chunk plays right now. And the question is, Big said, can you keep him in the pocket? Keep the guy in the field of play.
Another look downfield. Jackson looking all the way downfield. Couldn't see the players up close. Eats it again. 3rd and 17, and that's a long walk home.
Quick update, Killer Mike is down 17. in the second half.
Again, looking downfield.
Another big sack. I think that's going to take it to the
2-minute
warning. Oh, that's right.
That kinda,
2-minute warning.
Yeah. That looked like El Money just trying to walk home. I think he's done. I think that he is over it. Trying to find these long Hail Mary plays, taking a lot of time in the pocket.
He has the vertical seam.
It does work out. And the ball caught just after the 40. And we got some life in these veins. But, my man, 92 seconds on the clock. The definition of too little, too late.
Yeah, and I know people, just a quick reminder, this is the fourth quarter, and the score is actually 42-26, just to give you a quick update. And so, you know, he has to move fast. Uh-oh, big fumble if he picks this up. Oh, man, Ravens able to get the ball back. Young said just has to chuckle that one off.
Win some, lose some. Jackson again looking for these long-range plays and just winds up walking. You know, what's funny is, El Money seems, like, physically in person, he seems still into it. But his team is certainly out of it. So Cincinnati wins this one. There's still time on the clock, but we got places to go. And so we're going to go visit Killer Mike on the other side. Still on the bottom side of the bracket. Baltimore versus Jacksonville. And Lamar Jackson, Noville. A run that's good. I believe this is Killer Mike on Jacksonville and BDH Navy on Baltimore, but we will confirm in a matter of moments. Killer Mike, winner from last year, also made a lower bracket run. Baltimore here gets a touchdown.
I think you're right, because the last time we saw BDH, he was running the bunch tight end, audible into the trips tight end. So, and this is, I think you are right.
Where's he going to go? Right side of the field looks like it's where Killer Mike wants to be headed. Or excuse me, BDH Navy wants to be headed. The Baltimore player, that is. Instead, it's a handoff right up the middle. Looked like left might have been the option, but middle is what presented itself. And so it's going to be one way. But just shy. So BDH Navy is on Jacksonville. And Killer Mike is on that Baltimore. Confirmation. And a onside kick here. Jacksonville isn't a team that we've seen much of this tournament. What can we look for out of them? Who are our dynamic players there, user?
I mean, you got Travis Etienne. You know, you got a good quarterback in Trevor Lawrence. And, you know, and you got Ridley down there at receiver. So, you know, Jacksonville just not being as successful as they were this year as far as their defense. But, you know, people like to use Jacksonville because on the game, they technically have a good defense. And Trevor Lawrence doesn't have a bad release, and he's pretty shifty back there. So, you know, at the beginning of the year, a lot of people use Jacksonville. I don't know how good they are compared to the update, you know, but I understood, like, people was using Jacksonville because of their defense, and Trevor Lawrence has a good release. Humble in the building. What up?
I tried to buy a Carmelo Anthony jersey on eBay. And I got sent a Duval hat. So I root for him now. I was like, bro, this isn't even the same sport. And my man was like, you got to send it back. And I was like, that's not happening. So I just have the Duval hat. Duval! Jacksonville sitting pretty here, which, you know, I'm going to say surprised, which might be unfair to BDH Navy and his fans. But Killer Mike's the defending last year's champion. So,
but I think we got confirmation that Killer Mike is Jacksonville and BDH is Baltimore.
That's on me. Killer Mike is on Jacksonville and BDH Navy is on Baltimore. Now it makes a little bit more sense. I apologize.
Offense, you know, BDH, he's been running with Baltimore all day, and he's been running that bunch tight end offense. So, you know, you was right. You were right. You know what I'm saying?
Educated guess and all that.
Yeah, and Killer Mike, being a veteran, as you see, he's using that clock, making sure he's getting every second off, hiking it up under 10 seconds. My guy Young said needs to take notes.
So much of the game is manipulation. Whether you're trying to manipulate your opponent into expecting the pass when you're doing the run, or you're trying to manipulate the clock to your advantage, you're trying to manipulate the camera to actually show the game, you're trying to manipulate a whole bunch of things when it comes to Madden, and like that's really what you're trying to find out. And so that it's not just about pressing the buttons, it's about that manipulation.
Yeah,
and
absolutely,
we figured it out. And that clock manipulation, look at it every single time. Like, this is kind of like 101. If you're coaching, if you're used to watching the NFL, etc., you watch that play clock come down to 1 second every single time.
Oh, he's out of here.
Every
He's
single
tapping.
time. Yeah, just done.
BDH said, I've had a good time. No Super Bowl this shit. And what's crazy, BDH was in a great position to beat Chris with a K, one game away from winning Super Bowl tickets. Now, that quick, he's out of here. So you got to realize those one mistake plays, they can cost you dearly. You could be sitting at home or you could be in New Orleans. You know, GG's in the chat for BDH, man. That's his final run.
Wild. And that's the match we're going to go to next. We'll see that one in a little bit. But, I mean, NFL fans, we talk strength of schedule a hell of a lot. More so than other sports because of how important our schedule can be. And I think this is a great example of SOS here for our players. BDH, if he had beaten Chris, if he had won on that top side bracket, easy peasy. See you in New Orleans. Call up Lil Wayne. But instead, he has to play against the defending champion from last year because he fell down on the top side. And that's a much harder schedule to burst on through. So he loses there. And like you said, he misses the Super Bowl as a result. That one's got to hurt because you sit there and you're like, I had this, and then they put me up against Jordan. What am I supposed to do? That one's got to feel bad. But Killer Mike, like I said, there's no feeling bad about falling down to Michael Clark. He's always dunking. So a nice look there from Killer Mike. Any thoughts on the tournament so far, man?
I mean, listen, man, you know, these guys are putting on a great performance. Killer Mike's still there. When you see the defending champion, man, you understand there's a lot of action to be left. You know, I can't wait till we come back and see it.
That's right. Well, in order for us to come back and see it, we got to go someplace. So we're going to do just that. You're watching the NFL Salute to Showdown special presented by the USO.
We're going to the Super Bowl!
The Salute to Service Showdown presented by the USO and the NFL. Active duty military across the world coming together.
This weekend I'm down here in Dallas, currently for a USO event, Madden tournament. To be partnered with the USO with the National Football League is amazing. Right now we're inside the Dallas Cowboy facility just to have the access, the behind the scenes, just to come here to take pictures with Super Bowl trophies, to meet personnel that are ahead of this organization. It's been amazing.
The weekend's been awesome. It's the military brotherhood where like we all got to the airport. We all are walking around trying to find people. Being in the military, you move around a lot, you meet new people all the time. So meeting these new guys, everybody just clicks together because we're used to doing that type of thing. It's been very cool meeting everybody, talking to everybody. A lot of smack talk on Madden. Some people talking strategy, whatnot. So it's been great talking with everybody and meeting everybody.
This is not an event that you want to take for granted, but it's definitely an honor to be here for the second time.
We're with Liam after his 4th military move. When being new is starting to get old. We're with Tara during the holidays when she misses home the most. Thanks to generous supporters, we're with all service members and their families who need connection, comfort, and a home away from home. Are you with them? Learn more at USO.org today. We're with Bridget, whose husband won't be home for months and whose daughter is due any day. We're with Mike, who's leaving home to protect his family and yours. Thanks to your donations, we're with all service members and their families who need community, connection, and maybe a bit of magic. Are you with them? Learn more at USO.org today.
Today I'm excited to see the training facilities, see where the players get to practice, see behind the scenes of what we don't get to see every day.
Frankie Cologne, United States Army.
Staff Sergeant Leo Jones, Air Force. Dylan Walker of the United States Navy.
I'm L2 Sergeant Young on the best damn ship in the Navy, USS Dwight D. Eisenhower.
It's 3 in a row. I just lost us a Super Bowl.
Mics are live.
Hello, what's good, and welcome back to the USO NFL Salute to Service Showdown. It's been a fun day so far as we're entering our winners finals. 8 finalists have shown up, a couple have gone home, and we've got about 4 left in the competition. 2 of them will take home Super Bowl tickets. And so we've done a lot of waffling. Let's just get on into it. Our finalists for our winners finals coming at you.
Yeah, man, you look at Chris right here, and the question is, it was given to him.
Here they come.
Now is he going to earn it?
In 5.
He's going to earn it. You
4,
can taste it.
3,
You're right there. You want to win
2,
the championship.
1.
E5, Chris Houchins, United States Navy, Pearl Harbor, Hawaii.
2nd Class Petty Officer of the United States Navy, Dylan Walker, Memphis,
3
Tennessee,
seconds.
Coronado, California.
Here are
And
your
there's our
replays.
winners, finalists. Chris Houchins, Chris with a K, some of the most supportive fans that we've seen on our server so far. And Gravedigger, I mean, he's just been coming out here, named after a monster truck, and he has plays to stand up to the name. So he's making it work.
I actually went to see Gravedigger live this year, so yeah, you know the monster truck.
Yeah.
Definitely know about it. But you know, the thing about it, we're going to see if Chris with a K, if he can put on. I mean, because like we said, we thought he was going down to the lowest bracket, and then BDH ended up throwing that, you know, bad play,
Here's
that
your BDH
interception.
Navy.
And here you go.
Yo.
You know what I'm saying? And
you see what I got?
Oh,
here?
you got the toy. I see. Yeah, Gravedigger. And he's putting on
right here, my man. Like, trust.
And we're able to take a look at some of these replays, man. You know, BDH has really put on out here today. He's played great ball. And, you know, if you ask me, who do I like to get these Super Bowl tickets in the grand finale, I'm not going to lie to you. I'm going Gravedigger because, you know, Chris, he has to show me. I thought he was out. He was laid flat on the mat. I'm talking about 1, 2, you know, and able to kick out and put himself in the finals right now. You know, the upper bracket finals, and you know you don't want to go to the bottom. Killer Mike, once again, he's been woke up. He's putting on dominant performance down there. I'll be surprised if Killer Mike isn't the one in the lower bracket to take those tickets, you know, for like the second or third year in a row. So right here, this is your best chance. You know, if you're Chris with a K, the fan favorite, you got to get the job done. You got to get the job done versus Gravedigger.
I mean, you said it. You said it, buddy. Going down to that bottom bracket. Technically, this is double elimination. Technically, you have another shot if you lose this game. But
they got a monster down there in that gauntlet. It does not feel like it.
Yeah, like you know, you get an extra shot in the 3v3 tournament, but you got to play against Kobe and LeBron in the bottom bracket. That don't feel like an extra shot. It just doesn't feel like an extra shot. And as you mentioned, Killer Mike, he won the tournament last year, and he's gone to the finals, meaning gotten those Super Bowl tickets 3 years running, I think. And so as a result, this is routine. You're just in the way. So still, listen, sports is fun because the unpredictable happens sometimes. And somebody might get dropped down there, whether it's GD or Chris over here. One of them is going to fall down, and they might be able to take on Killer Mike. I'm not saying this guy is unfathomable, unwishable, unkillable, uneverythingable. He is a mortal man.
That's a
but
beam.
It is a tall task. And the Jets receiver not tall enough to catch that one. So a rough look there.
To pull it down and turn into a runner. A little slow reaction, and he's able to actually pick up a pretty good.
You know, I see Chris mixing his defense up a little bit, you know, and I kind of like it.
Okay. What do you like about the defense switch up? What's he swapped up?
I mean, it seems like he's trying to get into something like a 3-3. It seems like he's trying to have more intention on defense, not just random stuff.
Roger that. Playing more specific to the game and the context. Nice little snag there.
The man in motion.
And Yaki, that was my response as well. Who's playing the Jets? What do they have? 2 wins this season? 3? Like,
yeah, man. I mean, they did a whole lot there. They did a whole lot for nothing. Conklin right there.
All right, Chris. Making it happen just a little bit. All jokes aside, though, this Jets, when it comes to Madden and the performance that we've seen here today, this Jets team has been totally fine. I was surprised to see it in a sea of Eagles and Saints and who else do we see? Baltimore.
Oh, man, nice dot. Gravedigger clapping it up. Easy touchdown. Way to walk down the field. Being patient on the whip routes. Chris, I don't know if he's paid attention, but that's been a play that Gravedigger has ran all day today. How is he going to adjust and make those stops? Because that's a tough play, you know. The whip route goes outside, your eyes leave it, start moving to the other side of the field, then it comes back inside behind you, and that's an easy touchdown pickup for Gravedigger.
Easy is the key word there. Gravedigger does not look, the word is nonplussed. He doesn't look excited. He doesn't look dejected. He looks like he's clocking in and clocking out. That's what he looks like. Dylan Walker over here. representing Coronado, California. Honestly, looks like one of the better players here today. But Chris Whitaker, he got the fan backing, and he's here one step away. So certainly capable of it as well. Starting off on the back foot, though, looking up at Gravedigger's 7 points from 0.
Here we go, man. Can Chris with a K respond? And you know, I've always felt like Chris, he has some solid run stick, able to see the vision. The run game is the best part of his game. It's just when he has to go to the air, you know, he's not too efficient in making the right read. But good run stick right there, nice move.
That's what I was noticing earlier from Chris with a K, is that I noticed that the mechanics were there. The hit stick, the new adaptation.
He tries to throw that. That's a book. You know, and that's the thing about that switch stick. Chris is looking, he's like, hey man, that dude was wide open. That's correct. But you got to understand, when the guy's too far down past the field, you're not going to be able to pass that out in front of the defender. Yes, it looks like it's open, but that's not a good play. First turnover of the game for Chris. Gravedigger in full control once again.
Right away, Rodgers always looking for the pass. Even gets a little bit of a run going on. Throws the ball on that run, and Conklin gets defended against well. That was a strong defensive set by Chris. Rodgers here, running on the right side again, has a little bit of room, forced on the run, and thrown away.
And you know, Gravedigger doing a lot of movement around with Aaron Rodgers. He's not really a Lamar Jackson or a Jalen Hurts, but he's throwing a run. It's like you need to sit in the pocket and deliver a strike.
Yep. Rodgers is that classic type quarterback. Just give him a line, let him stand, and toss the ball. He got to toss the ball to the right team, though. Here comes the fat man run. Bond makes it all the way to the 11. And Chris with a K gives it away, but takes it on back. And now finds himself in scoring position. Little over 90 seconds to go here in the first quarter. And my man, User, we got a game, my man.
Yeah, here we go. Chris with a K right back in it. Can he get 7? Hands the ball off. And, you know, if I'm Gravedigger, I got to do whatever I can to commit to the run right here. I cannot let Chris with a K run the ball. He chooses to pass, that's fine. Play action. Does he go for it? Everything's covered. Has to throw this ball away.
Third and 7. Totally doable. And relatively low stakes. Mentally, if this conversion doesn't happen, huge mental
flex tight end.
But gameplay-wise, still a ton of time, still a ton of football to be played. You mentioned switching things around a little bit here.
Okay.
Toss to the right side, immediately knocked down. A lot of play calls, a lot of action going on there during the while we were sitting there on the line. Can you break down a little bit of what was happening there on the player side?
A lot of wasted routes, to be honest. You know what I'm saying? To throw to the flat. You know, I felt like he has a quick snap play in that trips flex tight end, especially being in that Phillies book where that tight end is on the short post and you got a whip route and a motion play. But I haven't seen Chris run that play all day in that book. But he goes to that formation a lot, and it's just a money play that he hasn't tapped into yet. But going to the flat, easy stop for Gravedigger, holding the 3.
Keep him on that X. And when you do, man, he becomes a sitting duck for this pass rush.
2 yards above that 30-yard line. So a nice call. 7-3, though. The Eagles trailing. The Jets with the ball again. 2 interceptions already in just a little over 4 minutes of play. So
that's a beam right up the seam.
No interception there, though. Clean catch, and he gonna make it all the way home. Book your flight. He's going up top. 13 and waiting for 14.
End up converting a 4th down, especially at this distance. But you can't tell me there weren't some nerves on that sideline as they said.
Gravedigger with a strike right back, able to hold him with 3 man, and then go down and score quickly on his first play, putting a lot of pressure on Chris with a K.
Is Chris with a K going to the Super Bowl?
You know, it would be sick if Chris doesn't get to that spot in the Super Bowl, especially because he's such a fan favorite, and this is the final, so he's going to have to go down to the lower bracket final, and most likely he might have to play Killer Mike down there, and that's a game you have to fight for your life. Not counting them out right here, just saying it's a lot of probables. You know what I'm saying? And that's a tough situation to be right there on the door. And the odds, you know, I'm not a gambling man, but you know when you play poker and they're doing the cards and the river and all the cards are coming out and they're showing you percentages go down for each card that's coming out. That's what it kind of feels like right now for Chris with a K, because he has to take care of Gravedigger, and if he doesn't, right here being in a situation down 2 possession, you lose this game, got to go down there and play somebody like Killer Mike. The odds of you getting it on the turn is not good.
Also, for what it's worth, Gravedigger out here, like, I mean, he's playing like Killer Mike, you know, as far as the level of play is concerned. This is a strong opponent. So I don't always believe in the transitive property. Like, you beat the last team, so you're going to be, but that might happen here as Chris with a K getting, honestly, Chris was looking good today, but Gravedigger is just on a different level. And certainly bringing it here in our winners finals.
Gravedigger running at 6'1" right now. Oh my goodness.
Oh man.
He's trying to play good defense, man. Chris with a K cooking up a whip route. Just a hair too late for Gravedigger.
That was cute though. That's the type of gameplay that I think I want to see out of Chris. I think Mr. Houchin's got to find these small, quick conversions that get him downfield. Gravedigger has been finding a ton of success with the long pass and play, but every time Chris tries to get into that game, he gets in trouble. So these quick whip throws, that's working out for him. I don't know if that, like, obviously don't stick to the same play, but quick, small yardage is what I think this Philadelphia team needs to do.
Barkley to the house, and that's what I was talking to you about. Chris with a K, his offensive run game is really been top-notch all tournament. It's when he has to throw the ball. Gravedigger, you know, preparing for the pass, and Chris with a K sneaking in the run with Saquon Barkley, able to punch it in there. Now can he get a stop? And that's the thing about it. Like, we know he can run the ball, but when you have to put that ball in the air, and eventually he's going to have to do it, will he be able to be efficient with it and not turn the ball over?
True. I mean, that is the largest question of the afternoon. And that's what I was saying, you know. Look for those small yardage opportunities. Those, on average, those run plays are going to get you just a couple of yards, you know, 3 to 6 here on a good day, right? But sometimes the Red Sea splits, and you're going to find that hole, and you're going to bring that all the way home, like we saw right there. So Chris, I think, has to set himself up for success by looking for small opportunities and then potentially converting them into large ones. Because Dylan Walker right here, Gravedigger, he's the one taking big bites. And that's just not the game that Chris is playing or can play or is playing or putting up right now. So you got to take the game as it comes to you.
Oh, man.
Rodgers get rushed.
Could have been a book.
And incomplete as a result.
Coverage. But, you know, the good thing about it, Gravedigger will give you a chance. He's already thrown one interception right there. You see the tendencies. And you know, fortunate for these guys that 2 people going to the Super Bowl. You know what I'm saying? Because it could be dangerous for both guys making mistakes like this. But, you know, Gravedigger, Chris with a K is going to have a chance because he's going to give him an opportunity.
Okay, all right. So definitely just looking for the chink in the armor then. You're just looking for that hole, looking for that one drop, looking for the lime on the floor.
Oh, my goodness.
Put it in the coconut. And,
How you going to fight,
I thought
man?
the
That should
Reef
have been
was going to
2
get that
yards, and
first
somehow
down.
we're at a 3rd and 9.
They'll run with Bigsby. And he will fight his way to the end zone. Hank Bigsby.
Score update.
There's the handoff.
There it is. Nice job there. First down completed.
Extra point by Little is good.
14-7, Killer Mike in losers finals.
Just to check in on the bottom side of the bracket. Young Said versus Killer Mike. Winner goes to the finals and the Super Bowl as a result. Killer Mike up 14-7 at the moment.
The kickoff team is
About halfway done.
And we're back to it as the kicks away.
And here Rodgers looking for another
Goes to
pass.
the
The
flat.
small play is good here for the Jets. Gravedigger just seems so much more consistent. That's what I'm seeing. Consistency.
That's true. I mean, he will turn the ball over, but like you said, he has a higher rate of consistency
Remember, Killer
out,
Mike
out of the
came through
guys we've seen
bracket,
today.
The losers bracket last year too.
Right here. Strong defense from Philadelphia.
70 yards. Touchdown, Cincinnati.
The response here from Philadelphia, I think, is very important. I think the Jets have to be stopped. You've got to find the stop in the first half. Whether or not you find the answer touchdown, that's fine. If you go into the halftime 10-14, I'm not that upset if I'm coaching the Eagles. But if we go into halftime 21-10, I'm feeling some type of way. Even if we go into the half 21-17, I'm not feeling
Oh,
great.
my, good user
So,
catch.
Good catch there. Trouble issue. We'll fix that in a matter of moments. Real quick. Like we said, Gravedigger and Chris with a K. Gravedigger is leading, doing pretty well. Chris with a K coming on back here. User keeps mentioning the fact that Gravedigger is playing well, but has left open some opportunities here that Chris has grabbed hold of. So.
Yeah, here we go, man. Gravedigger been trying to use that clock. I like the way he's been playing, Try to use that clock to your advantage, even though he's real close. Chris with a K only with 1 timeout. If he can somehow pick up a first, burn his timeout and get 7 to go in with, and make sure Chris doesn't get any more points before half, that's huge.
Could not get away from this defense in the end. It turns into a loss of yardage.
First and 10.
The offense thinks that they can just kind of plow this one up there in the middle and keep the chains moving, but
And honestly, really, Rodgers has just been consistently looking for the long ball. Found a couple of short passes, but here
That's a
again,
dot.
looks for the long ball, and that's as open as a 7-Eleven on a Friday night. Where you at, defense? Clean touchdown. And the extra point going to come this way as well. Blackjack for the New York Jets. Sitting 21 above Philadelphia's 10.
After a timeout.
Here we go, man. Chris with a K, you got 2 minutes left, 1 timeout. Can you put together a drive? We talk about it all the time. You can't win a game before half, but you can for sure lose it. The thing about it, Chris with a K, what are you going to do? Because last time he was in this position, he turned the ball over. But luckily for him, BDH gave it back to him when it mattered with 14 seconds left.
We'll see if we need another interception to make this one happen. Man, Hurts
That's just
immediately
good
on the
coverage.
run. Pressure so hard by the defense. Great adaptation from Chris.
They'll run it here with ETN.
Another run up mid. Caught this time. Saquon gets a couple of yards for his troubles, but not a whole lot. Chewing out the clock here, just ain't no reason to throw the ball. Hang out,
Big,
hang in,
here we
grab
go.
a drink,
3rd and 8.
throw it at 1. So what's the vibe with the culture? If you're
that's
playing
a
at
pick.
home and you chew the clock, are you being annoying?
I mean, no, that's a part of the game. That's a part of football, clock management. That's a big interception right there, Chris with a K. We talk about it, man. You throw those interceptions right before half, you don't get any points, and now you got a situation where Gravedigger can, what'd you say, double dip the chip. You know what I'm saying? And you can't afford those turnovers in that situation. That could be the play that costs them the Super Bowl tickets, man.
Everybody just trying to get that trip to the big time. Yeah, that's going to be having the Jets have this opportunity.
It's a
biggest problem yet. And Conklin, ain't nobody stopping him. 83 to the touchdown zone. And the New York
now
Jets
it's getting out of hand.
Put up another.
Here's 1st and 10.
Yeah. And now it's getting out of hand. And Chris with a K, you're fighting now. Because now you're pressed. 41 seconds. I got to get 7. I got to get 3. I got to respond because it's getting dark. And guess what? It could get even darker. He turned his ball over again. It could get even darker. It could be lights out.
Got to be tough. Got to be tough. Chris Houchins has had so much support on the stream.
This game gets
families
tickets.
in the chat. Absolutely. This is where you got to put up. Winner of this game is going to the Super Bowl. Gravedigger has proven to be a large model. Like I'm not even making a monster truck joke. This guy's just a big dude. But Chris is capable here. He's a longtime Madden player, longtime successful Madden player as well. 10 above 28. We've seen football games won with this scoreline before. And
The
so
winner of this
Saquon
one does get Super Bowl
kind of
tickets.
lateral, but we'll be able to make it.
And remember what's on the line, man. The winner of this game gets Super Bowl tickets. They're going to be in the grand finale final. So regardless, they're going to get Super Bowl tickets to go to the Super Bowl. And that's big because you don't want to be Chris right now. You know what I'm saying? Right now, you're at the door. You know what I'm saying? You're sitting at the door. You're waiting in the line. Can I get in the club? Y'all going to let me in? Yeah, I see it's a lot of beautiful ladies in there. Everybody getting in free. And the bouncer just got his hand on your chest like, chill out, player, chill out.
You got too many dudes.
Yeah. And then all of a sudden, you're standing out there for an hour and you can't get in. And they say, hey, man, it's your shoes and your jeans, man. You don't fit the dress code. You're like, what do you mean? I've been sitting here for an hour and now you just going to say something about my shoes? Like, yeah.
And then the guy walks in wearing Jordans in front of you and you're like, bro, what?
Correct. And you try to point him out like, look at him. I don't care nothing about him. I'm dealing with you. I'm dealing with you right now. Like, okay, I see what's going on.
User's been in that exact situation because that's exactly the way that conversation goes.
You already know.
Like, dead set, that is what the bouncer says. I don't know nothing about him. I'm talking to you right now. That is bouncer talk.
And you know the crazy thing is I've been in that situation so much, I would literally have spare outfits in the car. Like, you know what? You're not playing with me. Y'all have ruined so many nights. I'll run to the car. I'll change the whole fit on you.
I'm the one walking in with the Jordans in front of you. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, man. VIP, I feel you.
Oh, man. Well, we got another shot here. Chris with a K with the possession. And so this is where he's got to be looking.
He gets it to go. And the Bengals cut the lead to 3, 24-21.
There we go. At least he has the ball. He didn't turn the ball over anymore. Chris with a K just choosing to run the ball out after half, not put up any more points, cause any more damage. He has the ball right now, and the question is, can he respond? Only down 3 possessions, but it's a long stride to get back.
3 seconds, all that
3rd and 10. This is huge because he struggled trying to pass the ball, and now you need to go to the air on this conversion. He's just gonna quick snap and play action. Hopefully, he can get out of the pocket where it hurts. He might try to sneak in and run. Not too sure right here, but, Gravedigger in that 6'1" going to keep everything in front of him. Promise you the contains is there. So Hurts isn't going to be able to scramble. Play action. Nobody goes for it. Can we get a swat? Oh, goes for the pick, but doesn't get it. Big 4th and 10.
Been having trouble in the air, like you were saying.
to this first half.
This is huge right here.
First half of the yeah, definitely huge. P.S. On the other side of the lower bracket, first half done 24-21. Bengals, Killer Mike's Bengals in the lead, but that was a much larger lead earlier on, so definitely something that we'll keep our ear on, our eyes on. Hurts.
Oh, that's good defense.
I thought that was an interception. I thought that was
that's good defense. Big fourth down stop right there for Gravedigger. He's in full control. All he has to do is put on the true clock feature, man, and say, hey, man, call up the wife, call up the missus, man. We're going to New Orleans. Oh, that's a overthrow. What? Had another play wide open to see. You know.
I mean, stuff like that always just, as the commentator, it's always dangerous to play psychologist. But, like, that looks like nerves to me. Chris is a much better player than that. We know that. That overthrow right there, unfortunate. Because those are the plays that need to sink.
And it's funny, right, because he's not running the ball. He's just running the score up. The question is, like, you know, you're already up 3 possessions. He's dapping his homies up. Is he trying to make him quit? You know what I'm saying? He wants him to just give up on his dreams for the Super Bowl.
Extra point by Patterson, up and good. And they open the lead up now to 25.
Philadelphia got to find their way back into this one.
And Patterson back out.
And I think it might, man, that last interception, very problematic.
It's just to simply get the ball out of the quarterback's hand as fast as possible. And sometimes it's by design, sometimes it's based on need. A really nice job there by the quarterback, getting into the hands of his receiver and then see what he can
reset here.
T. Higgins, the intended receiver on that one. And that will lead to a second.
And Saquon Barkley has been a large target for this, honestly, for the Eagles team and the Jets team, as the Barkley handoff is faked. The quarterback tosses it away, so 2nd and 10. We'll give it another shot. Chris with a K, with an elephant on his chest, trying to find some peanuts. A field goal and a touchdown.
Here we go.
In the bank for Philadelphia.
And, you know,
trying
Chris
to make
with
some
a K,
moves
like we
and
said,
only able to find 3 yards here.
And like we said, Chris with a K, his run game is very strong. But now his run game is working against him because he's running the ball first 2 plays. And he's just chewing that clock, taking away everything that he needs to precious time. Doesn't shake the guy, bringing up another big 4th down. Already down 25 points right here.
This just looks rough because of that first down failure. You know, 3rd and 4, not that big a deal. This is it was just that first down failure. So go for this one. This is the right call. A conversion here would be awful. But what can you do? You're already down, man. Finds the receiver quickly on the other side of that first down.
That's a good read. You know, able to sit in that pocket under pressure, deliver a strike on the whip route.
Out of the gun, Burrow.
Another one, real quick. 5-yard gain. 2nd and 3, 7-yard gain. My mistake. A beautiful play there. So these whip routes, like, really, I think I'm moving away from identifying his air game and run game and identifying his short game and long game. Chris with a K is slaying it on these 5 to 7-yard gain plays, whether it's a pass or a handoff.
Screamer.
It's whenever he tries to go for more that it winds up being an issue.
Oh my!
But that's
oh
how
my
it's
goodness!
Beautiful
catch.
What a luxury that certain teams, when they have a guy like this, I mean, not only is he the big target, but then to have that size.
Good blocking, and he's in.
If you're Philadelphia, you are not chewing this. You want to, honestly, I'd be playing faster than he is right now. The toss again, another medium range ball. I was just coming at Philadelphia's Chris K for making plays like that and having them be unsuccessful. But it works out there, and Hurts on the run has to toss it, and it works out there too. Flag on the
But
play.
he illegal touching. He goes out of bounds, come back in, and you can't do that. Take the touchdown off the board.
I said, oh man, that's gotta hurt. We just do it again. 2nd and 10 here. Philadelphia looking for the goal. 2nd and 10, and they're 11 yards away from the end zone, by the way. So again, if I'm Philadelphia, if I'm Chris with a K, I'm playing real fast. Why is he taking his time?
I think that's just his game style. Like, I think he just that's just normally how he plays.
Like, it's third quarter, not fourth. But I am definitely feeling the pressure. That's probably why Chris with a K is there and I'm here. It's because that collectedness is how you find yourself successful in these pressure moments like that. And a score for Philadelphia makes this one just a little bit more interesting. The extra point going to go the way of the good stuff. And so it's 17, looking at 35 with about a minute to go in the third quarter. Still enough football to play to tie this one up and then some. But it will be an uphill battle for Chris with a K. Fans, let them know. I know there are Chris with a K fans out there.
And so the question is, how does Gravedigger approach this drive now? Last drive, he's just trying to put up points and score quick. Obviously, Chris with a K isn't going to quit. So the thing is, like, now, do you try to actually, use the clock?
I think that's yes. Hard, yes. If I'm Gravedigger, and I'm curious to see, just like you said, I'm curious to see which direction he's going to go. Do you have a giant ego, or are you just at work?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Correct.
And honestly, there it looks like he's at work, just going for the handoff play, getting what they give. That's my advice. I don't think Gravedigger goes for the big plays. I think he just goes for standard, fair football. A couple of easy tosses, couple of handoffs. Don't open yourself up to moments of missed opportunity, because Chris can grab them and run with them, just like Barkley.
Absolutely. Picks up the first. I think he's going to let this go to the fourth quarter. Put your forwards up in the chat.
Instead, he gets brought down short of the sticks, and now they got a 4th down decision to make.
Yeah.
Lawrence to throw for it on 4th down.
NT, as they say where I'm from. Heading to the fourth quarter, Philadelphia trails by a fair amount. New York Jets doing well. Aaron Rodgers a big part of that. The long ball has been such an important part of what the Jets have been doing. Now sitting at their opponent's 17. Rodgers backs up too far, and that's what we call the caster's curse. I give this man his flowers. And Chris stomps all over the garden. Sack. And now it's 2nd and 21. Aaron Rodgers again.
Oh, man, are you opening up a door for an opportunity?
Would have been a first down if they were in a normal line of scrimmage. Instead, 3rd and 14. Oh, it wasn't even 10. Flag on the play. 3rd and 14 here. But continuing what I was saying before, Rodgers has been a big part of this This team's success so far, long-range passes, has been really what we've seen out of Aaron Rodgers and Gravedigger specifically. Chris Woodakay has caught a couple of the interceptions. It is open, and this is what's happening more and more frequent, and that's going to be Chris's entrance back into the game. Got to find these defensive plays. And pushing down the quarterback, absolutely.
A first down throw.
What's working out here? So,
and that's that's good on both players. I like the fact that Gravedigger took the sack. So hopefully he runs this clock all the way down, holds it down to at least 3 seconds before they make you kick it. Let that clock go. You're up. 3 possessions right now. Still kick the extra point that put you up 4.
Kickoff team is out on the field, and we're back to it as the kick's away. And no chance to return this one through the end zone for a touchback.
That's the sound of the clock being chewed up. 38 points in total for the New York Jets. Could have been a lot worse. That is, not best case scenario here, especially after that beautiful defensive set from Chris. But that is not as bad as that could have been, giving your opponent the ball on your own 40. So, a sigh of relief for Chris fans, but 3:20 on the clock. A lot of touchdowns needed to make this one happen. This is going to require not just prowess from Chris Woodakay, but also a little bit of mistakeage from GDOC.
Yeah, and he's still running up on the center. I don't think anybody's biting for that play action right now, but the cross is wide open. Holds on to it.
I think there was a little bit of that here at play. You have to be willing to step up, even in the face
All right.
of pressure.
Step by step.
To put that one a little bit more on the money.
Fresh set of downs. This is not Who Wants to Chew. New York Jets are the ones chewing. Hurts got to be going. Reading the field. Pressured again. And that's what Chris has been doing to the opponent time and time again. Gravedigger has come through and gotten a couple of sacks, but Chris gets hit with a taste of his own medicine.
That's what every defensive coordinator struggles with.
I like the fact that now he's going to shotgun. Like, come on, man. Got to get this pace going. You got to get downfield.
Gain of about 9. Just a yard short of that first down.
Reading the field one more time. Again.
Oh, this could be an interception.
From the New York Jets. And again, heavy pressure from the New York Jets. An interception on Adams. And a great play there from Gravedigger OC. He takes his hat off, runs his hands through his hair. Homie, you are going to the Super Bowl. That is the earliest call I have ever made. But that interception there, man, 2:46 on the clock. New York Jets possession again. Dylan Walker has shown us that he's down to chow.
Oh, man. Right now, Gravedigger, you got to run this clock, man. You're still passing. Hand the ball off.
That's what I'm saying.
Find some place to go, but nothing developing.
He felt some type of way after that interception. He was like, all right, B, I got it. I heard the commentator call me. It's over, but it's not over. So I think he absolutely needs to stay, chew up some of this clock, make some of these decisions, but take his time,
Absolutely. Take as much time as you can right here. I mean, he can literally let this go to the 2-minute warning.
He'll spot Higgins, who makes the grab. And they'll get about 8 out of that one, but still a little work to do now on third down.
So they have these rules for the receivers, Mike. They call them green grass rules. And the idea is if you're running across the field,
hands off of the controller.
You're going to stay on the
Just
if you're not looking at the quarterback,
that's so obnoxious, man. Like,
I'm gonna what they call punch and stop, and that tells the quarterback to put the ball on
2-minute warning.
Non-verbal communication.
Jets with the ball, 3rd and 11.
Recognizing when you're
So a good scenario for Chris with a K to be in, for what it's worth.
The pressure intensifies for 4th down.
And that is the type of play that Chris needs to be finding. 4th and 11. And they are going to kick it here. This is the right call, objectively. No reason to go for the 11-yard conversion. Spin move to nowhere.
They're going to start this on the ground with Bigsby. The defense all over this one. They get him behind the line of scrimmage. A loss of a couple. So, 2 minutes
Barkley
to
up the
play.
left side. Quick stop. 1-yard gain.
We'll come back and
No
finish this
huddle.
one off.
And so
After this,
now Chris with a K is feeling the pressure. Trying to run this no huddle offense.
and 12.
Looking downfield, finds the man, and a large pass there. Not what the team needs.
They'll drop to throw.
Just over 60 seconds. And Philadelphia needs, I think, a little bit too much.
And you know, it's a tough situation for Chris because now, you know, you're right there on the door. And now you're going to be going down to the lower bracket. You know, who knows who you got to face down there. But best believe they're ready.
And he tries to get back to the line of scrimmage, but will not happen here. I think he's going to lose a yard.
Absolutely. You know, he has to fight. Chris is going to have to fight, man. So we're going to see. You know,
they're trying to bleed the clock, shorten the game. They completely sold out to stop the run. Able to take them down for a loss.
Nice push there. First down. Winds up happening here.
And it's 3rd down.
Killer Mike down there on the bottom side, most likely going to be the target for Chris.
Uh-oh, that's another
As
book.
Gravedigger looks like he's going to be moving on to our finals, our grand finals, and earn himself a ticket to that Super Bowl. And then we await the next one.
And that's
there it is. That's it.
He's in the chat. Congratulations to Gravedigger.
To throw is Lawrence.
Dylan Walker goes ahead
Congratulations
and
to
makes it.
Gravedigger, man.
Yep, very cool. He's going to be going all the way to the Super Bowl. Chris does have a second chance. He's not all out of it completely, so we do get a chance to see him give it another shot. A double elimination tournament. He is on the bottom side, so he just has to go up against. Let me check my notes here. I was going to make a meme, but I don't even have. Oh, yeah, I have a book. Here it is.
Yeah, he's going to have to take the winner of Young
quick.
Said.
The winner of last year's tournament. Got it. Cool. That sounds like fun. I'm sure he wants to get ready, so we're going to let him do just that. The NFL Salute to Service Showdown happening right here. Don't go anywhere. We got 2 more matches coming at you. We'll be right back.
We're with Liam after his 4th military move. When being new is starting to get old. We're with Tara during the holidays when she misses home the most. Thanks to generous supporters, we're with all service members and their families who need connection, comfort, and a home away from home. Are you with them? Learn more at USO.org today. We're with Bridget, whose husband won't be home for months and whose daughter is due any day. We're with Mike, who's leaving home to protect his family and yours. Thanks to your donations, we're with all service members and their families who need community, connection, and maybe a bit of magic. Are you with them? Learn more at USO.org today.
today I'm excited to see the training facilities, see where the players get to practice, see behind the scenes of what we don't get to see every day.
Frankie Cologne, United States Army.
Staff Sergeant Leo Jones, Air Force. Dylan Walker of the United States Navy.
I'm L2 Sergeant Young on the best damn ship in the Navy, USS Dwight D. Eisenhower.
It's 3 in a row. I just lost us a Super Bowl.
We're going to the Super Bowl!
The Salute to Service Showdown presented by the USO and the NFL. Active duty military across the world coming together.
This weekend I'm down here in Dallas, currently for a USO event, Madden tournament. To be partnered with the USO with the National Football League is amazing. Right now we're inside the Dallas Cowboy facility, just to have the access, the behind the scenes, just to come here to take pictures with Super Bowl trophies, to meet personnel that are ahead of this organization. It's been amazing.
The weekend's been awesome. It's the military brotherhood where like we all got to the airport. We all are walking around trying to find people. Being in the military, you move around a lot, meet new people all the time. So meeting these new guys, everybody just clicks together because we're used to doing that type of thing. It's been very cool meeting everybody, talking to everybody. A lot of smack talk on Madden. Some people talking strategy, whatnot. So it's been great talking with everybody and meeting everybody.
This is not an event that you want to take for granted, but it's definitely an honor to be here for the second time.
Welcome back to the NFL Salute to Service Showdown presented by the USO. Our players are playing live from the Buccaneers Stadium, and they will go hang out at the game here today. We've had 8 players. We've whittled it down to just a handful. 3 players remain. One's in the finals waiting for the victor of Chris with a K and his opponent, last year's champion, Killer Mike. Gravedigger already sitting in the finals with tickets to the Super Bowl. See you when we see you. But now we've got to see who his opponent will be right there in front of him. My name's F. Joined here by User, the one great. So User, big tournament here today. Been a lot of fun. Now we're getting down to really put up or shut up. Who's getting the tickets?
I mean, it's tough, man. Killer Mike has been on a roll, and we've seen him in this position multiple times before. Seems like he just likes to take the role, more travel, you know what I'm saying? And now, you know, it's tough because Chris with a K, he's been fighting, and he's the people's champ. Everyone wants to see him get the job done, and now you got to defeat the defending reigning champ down here in the lower half of the bracket. Chris, and you know, Gravedigger put on just a dominant performance. So you hope that doesn't linger in your head. Come out here, turn the ball over quick because it can get ugly real quick. We see Killer Mike with the Jacksonville Jaguars. And, you know, Chris with a K with these Eagles, man. He has the ball first. Can he go down and get 7?
Certainly the question to ask. Chris, you mentioned the people's champ. all the fans in the chat rooting for Chris. We got family. We got the aunties. We got mamas in the chat. Chris definitely has the family buff going for him here. Killer Mike, he's got the prestige buff going on for him here. He was here last year, and he won it last year. So this is the guy to beat. And Chris with a K certainly has his work cut out for him. So again, this right here is for entrance into the finals. Both of our finals get our grand prize of an all-expense-paid trip to the Super Bowl alongside 2 Super Bowl tickets. But who's going to get that is the question here. Chris versus Killer Mike. That's what we're getting into. Winner plays Gravedigger for all the marbles. But the Beast says Chris going to get flooded. I don't know, man. Chris would have, like, Gravedigger is fantastic. And Chris was a step behind, but a step behind, not a lot. So, Jacksonville versus Philly, and Philly's the first one out.
Killer Mike, if he can stop Chris with a K run, it could get ugly early. Because we know that's what Chris is going to do. He's going to come out here and hand that ball off. Yaki says he like Chris by 50. Over the champ? Uh-oh, 2nd and 13. No huddle, goes right back to it. Play action, put your contain on. Let's see what happens.
No huddle this early. All right. Certainly telling me like where your brain is at. Just want to hit the gas.
Yeah, absolutely right here. You know, back-to-back run plays, no huddle. Brings up a 3rd and 10, and now Chris is where he doesn't want to be, having to pass.
Still needing 10 yards. Now it's 3rd down.
3rd and 10. A troublesome set of downs here for Chris. Hurts back up. Looks to the left side receiver. Abdullah. Oh, puts it above him and goes to Brown.
And that's really how Chris moves the ball in the air. It's a lot of broke down plays, a lot of route bounces. It's not, you know, that's a book. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, give it to him. You know, if it's not really broken down plays, like just a read, Chris, you know, his reads haven't been too efficient. And Killer Mike with the first turnover on the opening drive, you don't want to do that down there inside the red zone. And this is a situation where Chris don't want to be in.
You were talking before about like set strategies versus freestyling. Is this sort of where Chris sees that, you know, that set strategy winds up being more successful in moments like that? Because when we see his success, it's usually like wide open spaces and things.
Yeah, you know, Chris, he just has some areas in his game that he has to work on, you know, but you can, it's easier said than done when you're sitting back watching, you know. Oh, yeah. Uh-oh, handoff, this could be.
Nope.
You know.
Nope. Cut short.
Yeah, and, you know, it looked like Killer Mike had a big gaping hole to be able to take that to the house, but, you know, Chris fortunately managed to tackle him.
Jacksonville, the only Jacksonville player here. We've seen a couple of Eagles, a couple of Saints, 1 Jets, 1 Jacks. Left side of the field has been where Lawrence has gone repeatedly, but this time around it's to the right. Davis is the intended receiver, and we'll run it out of bounds. So 1st and 10 with 2:42, very early in the game.
What an intelligent play as he found open grass and uncovered quickly. A nice clutch play to move the chains. The defense
Important catch here for Jacksonville. We're trying to set the pace of the game, really. A lot of our games that we've seen here today, somebody's got to answer back. Somebody's got to catch up. And most of those situations, most of those scenarios have been presented to us early on in the game. We really haven't had like a tight one for a long time. So I think a lot of this is trying to find that first punch, land that first hit, see where you're able to go from there, make your opponent answer and respond.
You know, and you touched on it. I didn't know all these guys get to go to the Tampa Bay game today.
Yep.
And who's Tampa
They're
Bay
playing. They're playing right outside. They're all in a trailer right outside the stadium right now, which is dope.
Yeah, but who is Tampa Bay playing?
I actually know the answer to that, but I forgot. Buccaneers. I'm gonna
49ers. Ooh, that's a good one.
Yeah, Niners. That should be fun.
Yeah,
that's a good time. And then also, like, you know, make no bones about it. I think it was Mike. Maybe it was Lil Gunner that was saying that, like, you know, don't get me wrong, like, I'm not taking anything for granted, but, like, this is what I do now. You know, Killer Mike's been here a bunch. Some of these guys have been around, and, like, so they're still competing and they don't take it for granted, but, like, this trip alone, like, make no bones about it, they're winning by being here and seeing their boys. You know what I mean? And that's your classic win. Touchdown, Jacksonville.
Yeah, Chris. Starting early. The champ is up 7-0. You got to be able to shake it off, tighten up on defense, offense. You know, oh, man. You don't want to see this game get away from them too early.
Yeah, I mean, one's not so bad. One is not so bad. I'm not overly concerned, you know, for either player. I'm not very excited if I'm Killer Mike, and I'm not totally concerned if I'm Chris with a K. But Chris definitely, as far as historical matchup is concerned, looking up. As far as scoreboard is concerned, looking up.
Oh,
as
my.
far as this pass is concerned,
He completed. Wow.
Looking down at his feet. That is not the type of play Chris has been successful with. That is not the type of play he should lean on in general, but it is exactly the play. Honestly, it's not even the play that he needed right then and there. Not a desperate situation. But he'll take it, and he'll turn it. Incomplete there.
You know, these windows, these coverages, you know, it's real tight. It's a 50-50 ball. They can go either way. Bert, you already know, man. Humble. It's crazy. Scream on.
Oh, wow. Big defensive pressure. And that's a giant loss of yardage. What looked to be a fantastic situation for Chris turns out to be 3rd and 17. Oh, you hate to see that one.
From Ottawa to that Trips tight end. 6'1".
Now on 3rd and long, they'll look to throw.
A quick
Gives him the
shove.
flat.
That's been his success. That's been his bag so far. Handoffs and the quick toss. That's where Chris has found the majority of his wins.
Right here, going to settle for 3, man. You know, you got to play to win these games.
I feel that.
To win the game.
Yeah, I feel that. Consolation prizes.
Most quarterbacks would tell you, let's end it with a kick, right? A PAT, that's number 1. Field goal, you'll
I'm going to see a little bit of a run. Oh, okay. Thought he might sneak on through. Duvernay down at the 28. So the climb. We shall attend.
Set to begin their next drive. This drive here beginning probably with a pair of motivated groups. Remember, the offense scored a touchdown on their last time out, looking to repeat that.
Just a reminder, if you're just joining us for our finals, the USO does this every year. This is our 4th year running. Killer Mike won the whole contest last time around. So our Jacksonville Jaguars players certainly expected to do well. Worth noting, this is the lower bracket. Also worth noting, Killer Mike won last year on a lower bracket run. Lawrence on the run has to toss it away. And so 2nd and 10 here for Chris with a K.
Straight ahead, ETN. And down right around the 32-yard line, 4 yards on the pickup.
ETN here. Killer Mike getting a little bit.
Out of him to that Trips flex tight end. You know, this last time he went to this formation, ran verticals, gave a streak up to triangle right up the seam. Wonder if Chris has made the adjustment from there. It's going to motion out. I'll be looking for that crosser or that streak. We're going to read that safety on the right side. It's going to be a lot of pressure, though. Takes the crosser.
Tosses left.
Has just enough time.
Beautiful catch. So, when we talk about Killer Mike being a strong player and Chris having some holes in his play, excuse me, all. I think that play right there is really representative of what we're talking about. Killer Mike nails that sort of like long toss up mid, whereas Chris keeps finding it intercepted. We've seen a couple of overthrows. We've seen a couple of just poor timing passes. And I think that comes from, you touched on it earlier, like just reading the defense. Killer Mike reads the set much faster. As a result, I think lands these timings, etc. So I think that's really what I'm noticing from Chris versus Killer Mike, is that KM is coming out here able to read and able to run away with it. You read the defense well, and that's what life is going to give you. A touchdown like that, brought to you by Killer Mike's reading.
Absolutely, right there with the motion running back play. You know, obviously Travis Etienne, as soon as he see the defense doesn't have somebody lined up on top of him and they're in man coverage, that's an easy snap throw, takes it to the house to go up 14-3. And that's just an easy read for Killer Mike. Like you said, his preparation. You know, his reads are able to be easy because he's prepared. As soon as he sees the safeties and manned up and he uses to the right side, that was a mesh combination. He motioned the running back over for a streak to clear out for the crosser. He dragged the slot receiver to make it a mesh combination, so the user will have to choose either go high, low, left, or right. Once the user goes low and to the right, going to the drag, he knows all he needs is just a little bit of time to get to that crosser, because that streak is going to clear out who's ever over there. And that's just preparation.
Understanding the game on just a different level. And, you know, when it comes down to it, like, what's funny is I think Chris might be just as good, maybe even better than Killer Mike when it comes to working the stick, user control, etc. But we just don't get to see Killer Mike do all the fancy stuff that often because he's not in a position, he's just calling the plays. He's not putting himself in a position to really find himself in these mechanical moments. And so Chris Whittaker might be mechanically more gifted, arguably, on the field. But football is brawn and brains. And that's what Killer Mike's bringing to the table, I think.
And Madden is so much more about the play calling and coaching than it is actually your user skills and ability. You know what I'm saying? You can literally just dial up good play calls and never actually have to show any of your user skills or ability, because that's how much of a mental game this is.
That's where I'm coming from with Killer Mike. He just doesn't have to, like, that right there was the most mechanical play we've seen from Killer Mike.
Yeah, and you know, Chris with a K trying to show some run stick to just get over, to just make something happen back there.
Yeah, and like that's how Chris with a K, that's his style, that's his play. Like he looks for these fancy runs right here. Barkley, can he dodge it? Another defender here on his tail. Saquon can't make it all the way in, but that's the type of gameplay that Chris has identified will bring him to the Super Bowl if he's able to make these plays happen consistently. The long ball, not going to happen. Look for these smaller steps, and that's how you climb the stairs, young man. Saquon Barkley, one more time. This time, second and goal. Got to be one short.
Right there, can you hold the door? And that's what we talked about. Can Mike hold the door playing defense against Chris run? And, you know, the first time, once you got Chris to pass, you got that turnover. But you can tell, Chris, he wants to run the ball. So if you can't stop his run, oh, what an end around. Does he walk in? Oh, doesn't. That's a huge tackle for Mike right there. He might be able to hold the door. And the Chris, in this situation, is this 4-down territory? You're asking yourself, can you settle to kick another 3 in this situation, already being down by 2 possessions?
No, you got to go. This is a high-pressure moment. This is the time where you're like, I'm so full of poop, but you have to make it happen anyway. 3rd and goal. Push it, push it, push it.
Here we go. Is it going to be a handoff? Does hand it off. Does Saquon walk in? Nice play. I like the play call right there by Chris. Chooses to go to a pass formation and tried to make Mike respect the pass. And you saw that's exactly what Mike did, putting his cornerbacks in flat, safeties and yellows. He cannot commit to the run because he came out there in a pass formation. And normally Chris is the type of guy, when he runs the ball, he's going to be in a 22 set. He's going to be in a 22 set with a running back and a fullback with a tight end. Right here, chooses to go shotgun, easily walks in. He's going to have to do a lot of that more. Stop being so predictable offensively. That's a huge touchdown to keep him in this ball game, to keep him within striking distance.
Important. 10-14. 90 seconds to go in the first half. And honestly, user, if Chris comes back here and wins this game, that is going to be one of the most important coaching moments of the game. Is that choice to not go for 3 and instead push it to that touchdown.
Yeah, fortunate for him, he did not have to face a 4th down. Scored on that 3rd down. And now you see Killer Mike. And you think about it, you know he's gonna use the clock. You don't have to worry about how he's going to manage this game. This is a professional Madden player. He's been doing this for a long time. He's played some of the best in the world when it comes to this, from D. Croft to, young Kev. So he knows how to execute and close a game. You don't have to worry about his clock management. It's going to be smart. Throw the ball away, not beat himself.
He throws it away. One thing you always worry about when he breaks the pocket is he going to take off with it? That time, the pressure was starting to close in, and he's just got to throw this one away.
2nd and 10.
Lined up one more time.
Now Lawrence going to move him around a bit.
And man, you got to feel comfortable if you're the Eagles. But I don't want to go into this half. This is the score I want to end the half on. A minute's a long time in the NFL. And so Philadelphia can absolutely and easily convert here. I don't mean to present it as if it would be odd. It's very important to get this stop, though, for Chris with a K. Needs to go into this trailing by 4 and not 11.
Now Lawrence to throw.
Screaming.
Oh, no.
Good defense
Defensive
right
pressure all the way good.
That's good defense. Mike not respecting the pressure that Chris with a K was showing, decides to send everybody out. Had a lot of deep developing routes. Only thing that he had quick was the drag. The user was right there for it, so he could not force it and throw it to the drag. So now you got a 4th and 9 situation, and Mike's going to go for it. He audibles to that trips flex tight end, wondering if he's going to, and we've seen him run this play before. Cover the seam. You expect the X square to go on a crosser? Okay. Could be double streaks up the seam and then a dig route below.
Couple of options on the mind.
6-1, choosing not to block. Good play call, because I thought for sure he was sitting in the heat. Oh, man, good stop. Big stop. That's exactly what Chris needed to get himself back in this ball game. Right there at the 39-yard line, 54 seconds left. He can get 7 right here. This is huge.
Absolutely. Like I said, the stop was what you were looking for. That was the goal. But a touchdown? That's aiming for the mini-man. Let's go for it. Barkley going to get a little bit of yardage here. 7
see my brother in
yards in total.
109 yards rushing for him as he has been tough to stop here this first half.
Was he building?
I said my brother's in the building.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he's certainly making it happen. There's that stick usage that we were talking about. Like, that's really where Chris makes his money, is the mechanical plays like that, not giving a ton of thought. elsewhere and just trying to outplay his opponent.
And now, you know, he's used a lot of clock right here. He's still letting a lot of clock tick. You got to pick your play. Got to come out here and try to give yourself a chance to strike for 6. You only got one timeout left. Looks like he's just going to quick snap verticals. Height. Goes to the out route. Throws it out of bounds. Loses it. Could be taking himself out of field goal range right here. Only lost 11. Still inside field goal range at the 39. 7 seconds left. Do you still try to run one more play or kick this? Because, you know, back to back, you could knock yourself out of field goal range right here. Hopefully he doesn't. Chooses to hand it off.
Going. Yeah.
Don't burn that timeout. He still can easily kick that 3 to bring himself within 1 point. And that's why I feel like you're playing Killer Mike. You can't get too conservative. You got to use that time to turn over, make him pay. He does get the 3, but still, you need 7 right there. You need 7. Somehow, some way, you got to make sure you go and put 7 up.
Truth. That is what you need to be finding. But honestly, 14-13 as we enter the second half, I don't think Chris is complaining about that one. I do not think he is complaining about that one whatsoever.
No, and I thought Chris was going to get the ball, but he doesn't. So, you know, Mike's going to get that ball. And the question is, how many times are you going to be able to stop Killer Mike?
The Jacksonville offense set to begin their next drive. They've got the lead.
Okay. Our bad.
I thought that was me. I was like, what happened? Hey, I started grabbing my mouse like, what happened?
I was like, did I not pay? Sorry about that. I hit the wrong button on my end.
And then you got quiet. I'm over here like, oh no, I done got kicked. Oh man.
I was like, yo, do I gotta pay the bill? That's my bad, chat. Anyway, jumping in here.
A short throw to Ingram. Breaks the tackle.
Oh man,
14-13
big broken tackle
in the
right
second
there.
half, man.
That his first catch so far. They've held him under wraps, but he's got a first down there.
Chris with a K in this one.
Changing the play.
In this one for sure. Currently, Killer Mike with possession.
Back to throw now on first down. Flush to his right.
And nothing. Oh,
that's
nothing doing.
Square was just wide open.
It's second down.
I think the defense surprised him there with that blitz on first.
Just might not be. How strong is the Jacksonville quarterback at making the pass on the run?
He's good. He's one of the quarterbacks that can do that. So yeah, Trevor Lawrence can definitely throw on the run.
Almost a poor read there from Chris, which is, or excuse me, from Killer Mike, which is not really what we've come to expect.
Keeps this drive going, picks up the first. Just slowly putting the drive together. Understand, hey man, we take 3 or 4 minutes off this drive, it's cool. Takes the whip route up underneath.
It's Thomas. So the completion good for 6 yards, and that will bring up second down. Not liking the look, they'll change the play.
Audible call here. Heavy on the right side. So Killer Mike can be looking largely there. But X is open, instead tosses it away.
Throws the ball away.
Again, heavy right side presence, this time a little bit more balanced. We had 4 targets on the right. Now we're splitting 3 and 2. Lawrence right up mid, finds Davis, nailed it, perfect play. And a new set of downs. Killer Mike, honestly, not looking as easy as it did earlier in the day for him. Much love to our other competitors, but Killer Mike was walking over people before, man.
Yeah, and Chris, trying to show he deserves to be here. Can he get another stop? Still in that 6-1 even. Mike gonna motion her out. You got to respect that running back going on that streak. Could be a touchdown easy. Did not respect the running back motion out on the street. And there it is. Killer Mike back up 7. Does he kick the extra point? He does to go up 8.
That's an important play right there. Love the choice.
Right there.
Love the choice.
Motion the running back out. We look at the replay. You know, Chris just not respecting him with his user or safety. Doesn't make an adjustment for it. That's the first read that Killer Mike looks for. Once he sees, you know, that safety's out of position, that's an easy touchdown high ball.
Yeah. And again, you know, I'm clarifying more, like, not to be nice to Chris. This is sports. I don't got to be nice to nobody. But more so just because, like, we, you know, less information about these players. Like, Killer Mike is arguably the best guy that shows up to this USO Salute to Showdown tournament. He won last year. He was here the year before. He was here. Like, this is what he does. And so Chris right here has identified himself. We keep bringing up his mechanical prowess. He's good at a whole bunch of things. He finds these whip routes, these whip passes real strong. But Michael Clark, he's just reading the game on a different level. He's seeing, like, Matrix vision. And that's just something that Chris has to develop. Plays like that, though, that's what Chris has been bringing us consistently all day. That's why he's still in this contest. It's why he's still here available for play. And if he's able to bring this to the end zone and then find a 2-point conversion, it's why we got a tie game. Plays like that, the small plays, are where Chris finds his V.
You know, Killer Mike has struggled to stop the run. Other than that opening drive, he has not been able to hold Chris down on the run game. And once again, Chris is in field goal range. And the thing is, you know, this is where you can sell out and commit more to the run. And that's why Chris has been in these situations where he's had to settle and kick 3. But in this situation, do you settle and kick 3 when you're down 8?
I don't. Well, in the third quarter, you might. But here, I mean, Hurts will walk the tightrope, find himself on that right side. Great run from Hurts, who it's not really his bag. So, good call there. Chris now in striking distance.
And no passing touchdowns, yardage not where he would like it. Try something new, it worked there.
Here's Hurts to throw.
A snap, and Hurts all the way back. Tosses it out way too under duress, overthrown. Just a rough spot for Chris to be in. Good defense by Killer Mike.
Yeah, right there, you know. Sees the read late, tries to throw it on the run, and errant pass, read past it.
Throwing is Hurts.
Ooh, the quick pass. That's the one that we've said has been very successful. Spin move dodges the first defender. Gets hit by the rest of them. 3rd and 1. No huddle. Right back to it. He snaps quick. The handoff
tackles with a boom tech. No fumble brings up a 4th and 2. He knows huddle. He don't even think about it. Okay. That answers our questions right there. He says, hey, man, I'm not even going to think about it. No huddle, straight to it. And then you see right here, Killer Mike kind of expecting something. Oh, good completion to pick up the first right there with the rip route. That's big. Put your 4s up. We're going to the 4th quarter.
Very important. 21-13 as we enter our final 5-minute quarter of play. 4's in the chat. Let them know. Chris, not in the driver's seat, but he could be. Need this touchdown,
and they'll send the tight end in motion
and we'll talk about if he needs the 2-point conversion or not.
They'll run here with Gainwell.
Ooh! Here we go.
From the 2 now.
That's a big stop.
Hurts.
Ooh, should have been a book. Here we go, 3rd and 2. I mean, 3rd and go from the 2.
I've got to tell you, you can often mistime that play because of the angles of approach. When you're going to get
Killer Mike's ability to read the offense now is on pure display. His ability here, if Chris does not score here, it's because of Killer Mike's ability to read the game. That's it. That simple. Chris needs to be able to outsmart his opponent here. And so, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. 4th and goal on the 1 as Chris goes to his all reliable, the mechanical stick play on the handoff, and is only able to find a single-yard gain.
Here we
Last
go.
chance.
Could he run that double whip route again and try to throw it to that whip route 83 on the outside? We will see. Chooses to go with the run, and he gets in there on another big 4th down conversion. He's going for 2.
Yeah, I think you go for 2 here. We discussed a little earlier. It was a good call. An arduous journey for this touchdown. This 2-point conversion, only 1 shot at it, though. So Chris backing up.
Oh, that's a dot!
Nails it, tie game.
So the question is, how does Killer Mike approach this? I think he takes this whole 4th quarter, juices it, kicks 3, and says, hey, I'm still going to the Super Bowl, but Chris, you got a chance. Live? Can you get a stop as we take a quick look at that replay for the 2-point conversion? You know, Killer Mike just a second too late on that backside post, backside slant with his user. Nice play by Chris to pick up the 2-point conversion and tie this ball game up.
If my man Chris runs away with this one, this is like a Matt Christopher book. Like, you know, here comes the big bad New York Yankees, and Chris with a K with his mom in the chat just making it happen. And like, I would love that. I love Killer Mike. You already won last year, Brody. Like, I want to see Chris make this happen, because it's also, like, I used the word arduous before, and that's what that last possession really felt like. Just an uphill battle, a Sisyphean task of 2 yards, 2 yards, 2 yards, 2 yards, 1 yard, 2nd and 2, or 2nd and goal on the 2, and you get 1 yard, please, brother. Like, you know, but he got there.
Oh, big stop. Good defense. It's 3rd and 1,000,000. Can Chris with a K get off the field right now? I mean, right now, you got to dial up their best defensive play, get some pressure, back-to-back sacks, bringing up a 3rd in Africa. Can he do it? Can he come up with a stop?
That moment, man. Again, so much, like, you know, sports fans are like, you talk to a stats guy, and he'll look you in the face and tell you momentum isn't real. You talk to anybody that's ever played professional or semi-professional anything, and they will look you in the face and tell you, I don't care about your stats. Momentum's real, bro. And Chris?
Choosing to send 4 right here. No pressure. No pressure. I don't know if I like this play call. He's just going to trust his lineman to shed. Takes the drag up underneath. He's going to pick up a lot. Still about 10 yards short, 4th and 10. I got a feeling Killer Mike's going to go for it.
You think so?
Oh, absolutely.
I think he's got to. Although Killer Mike could trust his defense. Killer Mike's D has been pretty good today. And so...
Tie game, 4th quarter, and they're going for this
all right.
on 4th down.
Watch that whip route.
4th and 10.
Circle on the outside. But he's going to go with a different combo. We're going to see.
Looking to throw. Lawrence.
Oh, that's
right
a book!
Right
Chris with a K!
The interception is good. The dive is strong. A new set of downs. And Chris with a K with the ball and the gain in his hands. Half of the final quarter to go. Before I said he wasn't in the driver's seat, but he was close. He's driving now. Hands on the wheel. 10 and 2. Up to you to park the darn thing.
Out of the shotgun, they run with Barkley.
And Chris with a K is in the best position he's been all day. You know, he's had the best run game all day. All he has to do is manage this clock right, hand this ball off, you know, keep picking up 2-3 yards, convert when you got that 3rd and 1 or 3rd and 2. You know, I expect he goes for the pass right here, takes the flat, stays in bounds, He's short too, perfect. 2nd and inches. He's gonna push that to the 2-minute warning. He picks this first up. That could be GG's in the chat for Killer Mike.
Essentially being a receiver downfield.
It's very difficult, especially if the running back has skills like a receiver, and you're aware of that before the game even begins. So throughout your practice sessions, you're going to...
Does he go with the handoff to the inside zone? He does. Killer Mike unable to shoot it. He picks it up. Killer Mike is going to have to burn a timeout right now. If not, he's going to let 40 seconds run off. We're going to see, okay, Killer, and Chris with a K, finally putting that Chu Clark feature on. Here we go. Still has a chance to pick up the first. Chooses not to run the ball, goes to the flat first play. Doesn't get anything.
Again, this is the key for Chris. These short-range plays, whether it's the run or the quick snap. These long-range shots are not doing it.
I agree with you. Has to keep running that ball right here. You know, if he goes down here and starts passing, I don't like that. Like, just run the ball. Run the ball 3 straight plays. You got good defense. And then you have such a good success rate running the ball, it's a good chance you could score. So if I were him, stick to your strengths. Don't get cute right here because you might end up throwing an interception, and you hope that's not the case. You know, I like him to have picked up more yards running the ball than he has the past 2 plays.
Yeah, absolutely. Chris, he's backing up a lot in the pocket, which, to be fair, he needs to. It's less a criticism and more just an observation. And so when he does make these passes, because they're short-range passes, you know,
I would run the ball right here, man. You're going to take off 40 seconds, kick it. Worst case scenario, 22 seconds. He got to go down here and get 3 with 22 seconds, no timeout. You know, run some Mabel defense, make him keep the ball inside the bounds, man. And, you know what I'm saying, say, hey, you got to beat me that way.
Yep. Great point there. A field goal can win it. So you make this play. You eat up mad time.
Hands the ball off. Doesn't go for the first.
Or you just get
he scores. Oh, man.
Jumps on in there to the end zone. And Philadelphia lead this game by 6 at the moment. We'll turn that into 7. And with a minute to go, the defending champion from last year is in the bad spot. Needs to bring this one back in a minute. Totally doable. But a tough one, and the first time Killer Mike has been under the thumb all day.
Yeah, a lot of time left to be able to, and as we see a quick replay, you know, of BDH and when he was playing Chris with a K. But, you know, a lot of time left for Killer Mike. You're hoping that Chris, you know, you didn't give him too much time.
Killer Mike's drive now.
Takes the drag, gonna get out of bounds. And that's all Killer Mike is gonna do. He's gonna take drag, and get out of bounds. Right here, you gotta run some Mabel defense if you're Chris with a K. You know, keep him from going to the sideline and short.
Making sure that clock stops at every opportunity.
The goal here is to spread the field. And just make sure these guaranteed plays don't happen. The problem is, and like, here's the thing, is that like Chris's defense has largely been about
there's the crosser, big chunk.
Oh, that's a completion. That's gonna be rough.
It's just a lot of time Chris left him. That's why I prefer them just, you know, to go down and take the 3. You know, sometimes you end up costing yourself just by getting 7. You got to be more strategic. Yeah, 7 is cute, but if you don't win the ball game, you know, I'm hoping that's not the case right here.
Honestly, big same. Big same. Chris has been doing well and identifying the intended targets, though. And this one will not be as clean. And so a couple of interceptions on Chris's plate kind of might bode well for him. That style of defense is certainly what neuters this game and turns this from a maybe into a no. But Killer Mike here can absolutely answer back.
Here's Lawrence.
Middle's open. And there it
Takes the
is.
drag again, gets out of bounds. And, Killer Mike just doing a great job of clock managing. Make sure he's getting out of bounds every play.
And they knew that before the play even began. Still executed it.
This has been a masterclass in how to work this clock. His choices to chew the clock earlier in the day when he was in the driver's seat, and now that he's under duress, his ability, like you said, to just consistently find that out of bounds line. This time around, a nice block here from Chris's defense. Not usually the style of defense that we see from Chris. The amount of sacks and the amount of quarterback pressure that Chris Whitaker has been providing is relatively low. What is high is the receiver pressure that we've seen. A couple of interceptions, etc. And so seeing that pressure on the QB bodes really well if you're rooting for Chris, because that's not something we've been seeing today.
Back to throw. Escaping the pressure.
That's good defense. Don't have to throw that away. I like the fact, right now you can't really do nothing but drop everybody back in coverage, keep everything in front of you. Make Killer Mike have to throw a laser. He's going to have to throw a beam to beat me. I'm sending at least maybe 2 or 3 people. That's it. I got to have everybody back in coverage.
They'll look to throw.
That's the choice.
You got the cross.
Right side of the target, though.
Oh, it's a pick.
Barkley. No! Maddox with the interception. That's got to be game.
Chris with the K. Huge interception. He deserves it. He's going to the Super Bowl. He deserves it. That's a big turnover, big stop versus defending champ Killer Mike. I think it's his first time in 3 years, him not making it to the Super Bowl. Chris with a K finally got the job done. He will be taking his misses, you know what I'm saying? And that's huge, man, to be able to get right there in the finale and at the upper bracket and get popped, and they understand who you got to go down to the lower bracket and beat and get the job done. Big W's in the chat for Chris with a K.
Huge W's. Like we said, Chris, this is the people's champ. He's got mom in chat, auntie in chat, bro in chat. Everybody in chat has been rooting for him and really bringing it out. That's that moment,
Yeah.
And what's funny is coming down to the X's and O's of the game right quick. Kind of identified him as a less cerebral player than what Killer Mike was bringing. Kind of identified him less pressure on the line of scrimmage and more outside and he wins the game by way of interceptions. He wins the game by way of the way he got here, which I think is really, really cool. Seeing a dedicated play style and the execution of that play style. So, because of that, Chris with a K going all the way to the Super Bowl. Him and Gravedigger will be headed there. Still have a match to play. They'll be going head-to-head and doing their thing. So here's our bracket. Got a fantastic Chris with a K and Killer Mike all the way to the Super Bowl, man. What a great experience here. Don't forget, we started this tournament back in August, where service members from EMEA, the Americas, Indo-Pacific, etc., all started doing this. And then, as it comes down to it here, Gravedigger, first place, Chris with a K, second place, both of them going to that Super Bowl.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure that's a wrap, man. That's it. Both of these guys are going to the finals. They get ready. The game is getting to kick off at 1 o'clock. They get ready to go watch them Tampa Bay Buccaneers play 49ers. And what's even bigger that them boys win the Super Bowl tickets, they get to see Kendrick Lamar live at halftime.
That's the biggest thing. Shout out my homies in the chat, Bert and Yaki and everybody coming through. They were like, "That's a Kendrick tournament. That's a Kendrick concert with a football game on the side."
Absolutely.
Well,
congratulations to both of those guys, man. Congratulations to Chris with a K and then Gravedigger. Both of those guys, man. Enjoy it.
Absolutely. It's been an absolute blast, honestly, coming back here and hanging out with you and Doc and everybody backstage. Always really dope. Any last words before we say goodbye to everybody until next year?
That's it, man. I appreciate y'all, man. As once again, as always, the USO, man. I salute what y'all do. I thank y'all what y'all do for the community, man. And shout out to everyone that participated. You know, congratulations, man. Once again, man. See y'all next year.
Absolutely. You heard it from him. I'm going to not say it much better. Much love to everybody out there in the chat. We appreciate you. The USO, thank you for doing everything that you do for our soldiers, their families, and everybody around, and everybody thankful for their service, which we certainly are. The NFL Salute to Service Showdown is over. We have our 2 winners that are going to the Super Bowl. Shout out Chris with a K and our man Gravedigger. They're going all the way, baby. That does it for us here. Thank you so much for hanging out. We'll be back next year with the 5th annual NFL Salute to Showdown. This has been number 4. Y'all have been the best. Peace and much love to you.